again and really maintain a higher average than was previously attainable for the previous data. And the reason why that is because Zenless Zone Zero had 1.4, had a massive resurgence to 1.4. It re-established players' interest and faith in the game, and a lot more people are sticking with it. Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves both are in a great spot. Honkai Star Rail is obviously something to worry about because Honkai Star Rail previously was a lot larger and would dumpster Wuthering Waves and would dumpster Zenless Zone Zero. It's currently on a negative trajectory, but we need to see how Enforus instills faith or does not instill faith amongst their players.
It's just like a lot of these games, I feel like they kind of burn out and people lose interest in them because the story becomes too convoluted and there's too many characters in the story. And it becomes complicated or confusing for players. And I think also, like, the more that, like, a game like this, Star Rail 3.0 is gonna come out, yeah, it's gonna be, that's gonna be really, really good. But I think that with gacha games, people are always looking for the new gacha game because there's no FOMO with a new gacha game because everybody's playing and starting at the same point. So, like, for example, there's a barrier to entry with Genshin for me, where, like, I don't want to play Genshin in some ways because I don't have Wu Tao, right? I don't have all of these other characters that were added into the game in 2022. And so, like, yeah, you can wait for, like, return banners, but at the same time, it's like now you're, like, trying to get two characters at the same time. It's more farming and more money either way. And so, I think that's a huge factor for people.
Here's what I want to say. Wuthering Waves has experienced something astronomical to where the faith in the players of the devs has pretty much never seen anything like this spike fall and reach of the devs. We have not seen all of Wuthering Waves. You can tell us by the previous patch as well. Spike and fall off, nobody gets it, right? This is the first real patch where we're like, okay, wait. There's something going on here. Now, obviously, this is all just speculation. I can only tell you what I know, and I'm basing all of this off of public perception and what I see happening online, of which I like to keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on. And
the reason why I stopped playing Honkai Star Rail is because I just didn't really feel like it. And I kind of hit a ceiling in the game. Like, that's usually what happens with me whenever I play a game like this, is that I'll hit a ceiling in the game, and then after I hit the ceiling, I just kind of stop. And I usually don't come back regularly. Like, turn-based? No, that's not the reason why. Like, it has nothing to do with it. I got bored of Star Rail. Yeah, you also presented the content at the time. Yeah, exactly, right? And, the game's boring. Well, it's not even that it's boring. It's that I will do, like, the Maw of Chaos, or I'll do the Swarm Disaster thing, or I'll do, like, whatever the simulated universe is. I'll do all of it, and then I'll beat it a couple of times, and it's like, okay, I win. And then I kind of move away from the game, and then I don't come back to it whenever they add new content. That's usually what happens in general. Like, cause that's what happened with Wuthering Waves. Like, my character was OP as fuck, and so I just kind of stopped playing, right? Like, I leveled everything up, I completed all the content, and then it's hard to, like, get me to come back every patch to play for, like, 10 hours, because I just end up playing something else.
God, quite vigorously. But Wuthering Waves is in a very good spot. Analytics for Wuthering Waves on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter are through the fucking roof. Yeah. Every video that's being covered for Wuthering Waves is blowing the fuck up, and PR for this game is astronomical. Honkai Star Rail is also in a bit of, I would say Honkai Star Rail is doing the worst currently. It's still more relevant than Zenless Zone Zero. However, it is more important to only compare how it's doing within itself. And Honkai Star Rail is the lowest it's ever been. 3.0 and Furious is so damn important. And I can honestly say with 100% assurance that I have no idea what the fuck is going to go on. I am so scared for 3.0's launch, it's actually nuts. I really want to trust the devs, but I'm really worried.
I also think that, like, the 2.0 update, the Penacony update that they did was, like, really, really good. And I think people will compare it to that. And I find it to be unlikely that the story is going to be as good as Penacony. I find it to be extremely unlikely. Just, I mean, because it's really, really good, right? Maybe that's gonna happen. 3.0 has 8 banners. Yeah, but, like, here's the problem, is that if you have 8 banners, players get overwhelmed and they don't know what to do. So you get into something, and this is true, like, if you guys ever done, like, any online marketing or online sales, you put a consumer into a position of decision paralysis where the person doesn't know, like, should I get this, that, or the other thing? And so they don't know what to do, and like, oh my God, and then they just don't do anything, right? Analysis paralysis, exactly. And so that's why a lot of like merchandise drops, like you could release 40 products, but you only release 8 or like, you know, 15 because you want to avoid creating that psychological effect.
That the game is going to continue to fall victim to power creep, sponge, bullet sponge, boss fights, and yapping. But I'm hoping, I love Hawkeye Star. I'm hoping that they get their shit together with 3.0 and really deliver a good product. I will probably make a follow-up video on that as soon as I can. Zema Zone Zero has done a great job as well of reestablishing player and player space. These graphs are very good for ZZ and Mula. For Genshin,
I think that's definitely
Hawkeye Star
true. Like, I mean, like, I've heard only good things about Zema Zone Zero ever since the release. Like, it does seem like they've improved the game a lot from when I originally played it. Because when I originally played it, I couldn't even finish it. Like, it was just so bad, I couldn't even finish the game, man. It's crazy.
It's a wait and see. But for right now, things are really up in the air. I would bet money that surely now Wuthering Waves is going to fall off in interest. The really important metric that I want to go over is one that I really care about.
He's right.
Worldwide, I don't care. Full disclosure, I don't really care what's going on in Japan and China. I don't care. The only place I care about is the good old United States of America, because that's where I'm from, and that's where 70% of my audience. But
I do think it does matter, because like you're gonna have people, like, it'll give you an indicator, because if a game isn't doing well in its home country, the chances of it being successful or being continued is like very low. I think a good example of this is like Blue Protocol, where like Blue Protocol didn't even it didn't even come out in the so Concord, they had to do a post-birth abortion. Blue Protocol just got aborted. Like they were like, yeah, shut it down, like we're not gonna do this because it was already bad. It only matters in China anyway since the start. Yeah, in China that's where it really matters.
Look at how it's doing in the US. It's pretty much fucking identical. CCC really doing a great job of not having any significant fall off on any like immediate
people
action.
are invested into that game. I'm shocked.
Also fucking nuts. Want to get rid of Genshin back here. Genshin is also doing great in the US. This is very interesting. It also shows that Honkai Star Rail is doing far better in the US.
Well, it's because fat, lazy Americans can't press buttons. So Zema Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves requires you to like have reaction time and to respond to things. But like in Honkai Star Rail, you can just do autoplay. And so you can have like all the fat Walmart, you know, McDonald's, Comatose, fucking sitting in their mobility scooter, not because they're disabled, but because they're 450 pounds. Like they're just sitting there, you know, auto-playing Honkai Star Rail while they listen to Tucker Carlson talk about how good Russia is, you know, and how Trump is going to fix everything. Like, so yeah, I mean, of course, right? Because like Wuthering Waves, you got to deal with like this fucking dragon moving around.
Doing in blow. This is very interesting.
Yeah, just, where does it go?
This is
I can't.
very
Way too much.
This is a spike unlike anything we've ever seen. I want to go ahead and check something. I want to compare Wula just to past year. So this was the initial spike, and this is normal for every game. This is the spike on launch. This is the fall off 2 months after.
Yep.
This is a pure trajectory up.
Well, I mean, no. Okay, this is absolute fucking copium. It's going to go back down. The patch is out. People have played it. It's going to go down now. Now, it might stay up for a week, maybe. But then it'll go down.
No other patch has ever reinterested the player base than 2.0 has. This is fucking enormous.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to continue to grow. I don't. But if it did, that would be huge. Let's check this out. 1.4 really did some good work. This is the curve that I'm predicting that ZZZ will have. And about
it's crazy how bad this game is received. It's actually insane how bad it was. But to be fair, they did retain a lot of players. Like that's it. I would say it's really impressive the amount of people that they retained.
Month or two. Damn. Gaming right now, gacha right now is really fucking hot. Well, it is. Let's check gacha.
I think that there's too many. I'm gonna be honest. I think there's too many of these games now. With Arknight's Infield coming out, and Anata and Azure Familia, and then there's Neverness to Everness. Like, this is like 7 of these games. Like, can the ecosystem of Weebs support 7 of these games that basically play and look the same? I don't think that it can. Like, I actually don't. Like, I feel like there's too many of them now. Nopers, they'll never die. Well, like, what I'm saying is that each one of these games, like, so there's a total market, there's like a market cap of gacha addicted waifu collectors, right? And you can make this market cap a bit bigger. But for the most part, it's a static amount of people. Because none of these games, like, I would say Wuthering Waves was like a little bit innovative with like how they had like some Dark Souls type mechanics and design. And like, but like with like maybe like Azure Familia, like some Power World people might play it, but there's not enough. It's not enough to where like this is a totally new experience that is going to draw in a new audience. Like, these are all going to be like Venn diagrams of each other, and they're all inside of the same ecosystem. And I just don't know if this many games can exist inside of the same ecosystem. I don't think that they can. I think that there's going to have to be winners and losers. Yeah.
Wow. Let's get rid of Zenless Zone Zero. Let's get rid of Wuthering Waves. It does look like Natless, once again, is the lowest point for Genshin Impact ever. Hitting a 16. One of the lowest for Natless is the lowest it's ever been, and Genshin likes it.
It's because there's too many characters in the game. It's played out. Like, for example, when they added Kafka, or they added, like, Jing Liu, like, to Star Rail, this is your first Dami Mommy character. This is your first 2B type character. But the problem is that you have these different, like, waifu archetypes, and Genshin Impact has pretty much, they've used every single waifu archetype. They already have the, you know, cute little petite girl. They already have the, you know, 7 different lolly characters. They have the 2B type character. They have, like, your Dami Mommy characters. And so they have all of these. And now when you add another
Genshin
one,
has a 2B
there's a
character.
diminishing
What the
return
fuck are you
that
talking about, bro?
happens. You see kind of what I'm saying, right? Is like, so
None of them.
the first girl with red hair that you add, well, that's exciting because it's the first red-haired girl. But now there's like 4 redhead girls. Okay, well now there's a new one. Okay, right? There's like a diminishing return of waifu supply and demand. Yeah, exactly. And I think people don't understand that it's not so unique anymore. Yeah.
It's hitting a spike right now, but I'm going to predict the next 2 months we're going to hit a new rock bottom. I do. I really do think that.
I would assume that to be true as
Star
well.
Rail,
yeah,
check, is also the lowest it's ever been since launch. Damn.
Yep.
Once again, I would like to restate that all of this is just merely projections on general interest. It doesn't really mean too much, but I do find it...
Somebody said in chat, and you're completely fucking right, actual hoflation. That is actually the problem that these gacha games have, is unironic hoflation. That there's so many of them, and there's so many of the appeals that are overlapped by each other, that it's like you're not really getting as much, like, she's not special to you anymore. because there's 4 others that basically look the same.
Allowing them to talk about and also gauge public interest of the public, as well as what's very important to me, my community. Guys, how are you feeling about Genshin? How are you feeling about Honkai Star Rail? How are you feeling about Zenless? How are you feeling about Wuwa? Leave me a comment on this video, giving all of them your ratings out of 10. I would love to know what you guys think, and leave me as much feedback on why you feel like each game.
And like a good example of this is like Firefly and Honkai Star Rail, is that they've now added in your pathetic waifu for all of these super low self-esteem femboys that get intimidated by any girl that's over 5'3". And like Firefly, and like in the Chinese version, she text messages you, and you know, all this stuff. Well, now if they add in a new pathetic, you know, diminutive demure waifu, well, now you'd be cheating on Firefly.
My God, yes.
That's the hoflation that I'm talking
So
about.
lame. Holy shit.
A little bit of homework. Hope you enjoyed. How do you feel about the future of games? Let's talk about it. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for liking, commenting, subscribing, and hitting the bell for all notifications.
No, I'm serious.
And I'll see you next time. Peace.
See, y'all think y'all are laughing. I'm not laughing. It's not funny. Like it's not a joke. Like I don't know what there's no joke here. Like it's just how it is. Games for creepers? Well, you can think whatever you want about the game. Like, I'm not trying to say the game is like, I don't think that's really true, as a lot of people that play the game are like normal, but like, what I'm trying to get at is that if you look at this graph, like Genshin is still really, really popular, but this game is it's gonna fall off a lot. I think. I mean, it already kind of has, and it's gonna keep doing that. And that's why every single time there's a gacha, like, you know, Nikkei comes out, or girls, do you think the upcoming gacha like Anata will make a difference? I think that every single one of these games, like, they're fun games and I'll play them, because, like, again, I'm a gameplay entity. If gameplay in a game is good, I'll play the game. If gameplay is bad, I won't play the game. That's literally the only thing that, like, really at the end of the day matters to me. And so, like, I don't care. Like, you can have as many trans characters, you can have the game be pay to win, you can have it have bad graphics. Like, if the game is playable and it plays well, then I will play the game. Imagine that. And so, basically, kind of based. No, that's just how it is. And that's why I don't play a lot of other gacha games, because they're fucking garbage. And so, they're just not. It's not fun gameplay. Anata said they might not end up being a gacha game. Well, I don't know if they will or not, but the point is that all of these games, like Anata has, like, you know, the Spider-Man type gameplay with like more of like a social atmosphere. Neverness to Everness has like character building with like driving and like a cyberpunk-esque style. You know, like Arknight's Infield has like a satisfactory like base building archetype. You know, Azure Familia has like a POW world type gameplay built into it as well. I don't think any of these hooks are enough to really increase the circle of the waifu-addicted gacha collectors. I'm not seeing it. Like, they're all good, and I'm sure the game will be fun. I'd play the game, sure, but like, is this enough? It's not enough. And if you go back and you look at Genshin Impact, I don't think people respect enough how groundbreaking that game was. That game was the first gacha game that was actually good. That's massive. That is a huge fucking
Also,
deal.
Elemental Reaction was pretty good.
And so, yeah, COVID Magic. Well, yeah, you had a massive, like, COVID. Yeah, I'll link you guys the video. It's a Tectone video. I haven't watched a Tectone video in a while. But look at this. 175 Genshin players. And you mean Breath of the Wild? Well, yeah, definitely. And, but that worked, though, right? What's considered good, though? Well, Genshin Impact. Okay, so whenever I look at... So everybody says, oh, well, what's a good game? What do you mean by good game? So, okay, but let me just make a list here, right? Because it's actually very fucking simple of what makes a good game. Okay, what makes a good game? Graphics, controls, gameplay, story. So, especially whenever you look at these first two, and like also this one here, this is not really subjective at all. It's actually a very, very simple understanding of like what makes sense and what doesn't. Where does Tower of Fantasy story fit on the scale? It was not as bad as Lost Ark. Lost Ark was just like astonishing. And so only for some more apples to go. Yeah, right. So it sounds like a non-gacha game. But what I'm saying is that Genshin Impact felt extremely fluid. The graphics were appealing. The gameplay felt rewarding for people. The sound design, people liked the music. The story, people got invested into it. And people liked achieving goals in the game. So all of these things mattered a lot. So definitely replay value. Yeah, and like replay value / reason to log on regularly. And so what I'm saying is that, like, if you have an ecosystem, like, think of like a forest, right? You think of a forest. How many 2,000-year-old sequoia trees can a forest support? There is a finite number of these trees. And it's because they take so many resources and they take so much energy in order to support them. What I'm saying with a lot of these gacha games is that each one of these gacha games is a sequoia tree. And I don't know if the ecosystem and the market cap for these gacha games can support Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, Girls Frontline 2, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, Anata, Neverness to Everness, fucking Azure Promelia, Arknights in Arknights Infield, and I think there's one more, Nikke. Yeah. So these are 10 games. Guys, this is a staggering level of hopelessness. I think too many people are trying to get rid of. Yeah. It's Highlander. Exactly. And also, again, gacha games, like, naturally, people want to congregate at the most popular gacha game, and they want to congregate at the most popular MMO. It's the same thing. And the reason is actually the same. So people like being able to brag and talk about like what they have in the game and like what they've accomplished in the game. Like, oh, look at my character, it has like 200% crit hit, something like that, right? And like think about how many times like whenever Honkai Star Rail or what the news came out, and you saw people posting clips of layouts like that. Well, there's a certain amount of like dopamine reward that a person gets for doing that. So when it ends up happening that, well, okay, well now it doesn't matter anymore because nobody's really playing it, and so accomplishing things in the game doesn't really matter. Not that on a high quality level of Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, quality and production value just carries the game's overlooking bad aspects. Yeah. Well, like whaling matters a lot, but it only matters if there's plenty. Like you can't be a whale if there's no other fish in the ocean. And that's the reason why it happens. The hype is gone? Yeah, exactly. All for dopamine? Yeah. And that's why, for example, like, if you look at competitive scenes for video games, like, the way that a lot of competitive scenes for video games die is when the competitive scene loses its fan base. Like, if you look at WoW, for example, look at who is really playing, like, WoW seriously. Like, do we have any arena players? Yeah, we've got a couple of people down here with 600 viewers playing arena. Arena used to be the primary focus of WoW, and the reason why nobody plays Arena anymore is because nobody watches Arena anymore. I guarantee you, if being ranked 1 meant that you would get 20,000 viewers, you'd have tons of people playing Arena right now. But being level 60 in OnlyFans means you might have 20,000 viewers, or 30,000, or whatever, and so what are they doing instead? Well, they're playing that. So, and why is that? The reason why is because that's what average casual players are interested in. Like, it's accessible to an average player. Like, if you pull up this stream, and this is a no-shade situation, but what the fuck is going on? Can an average person figure this out? Absolutely not. this is totally incomprehensible to an average person. And so anybody who's watching the game has no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, if you pull up, let's say, this skip screen, it's still hard to understand, but the simplicity is like, it's a night and day difference. And so is that a spreadsheet? Yeah, exactly. There's a lot less going on. You can see kind of what's going on. He's a cat, and he's running around, and he's trying to avoid these red things. You see kind of what I'm saying? Like, it's very, very, very simple. And so it's the same as anything else. Like, you look at Summit, like, for example. He's just sitting around. Like, you look at the visual presentation, it is extremely simplistic. Even if it's in the city. So that was a mobile game? Well, what I'm saying is that the reason why games die is because... the reason why, like, gacha games and, like, competitive games and, like, in modes die is because nobody cares about being good at it. Like, let's try to find New World. New World Eternum. So it has 1,000 viewers right now. Nobody gives a shit if you're good at New World. If New World had... If the servers in New World had 800,000 or 1 million people playing them now, do you know what would be happening? Everybody would be trying to play New World to farm new viewers. That's the truth. And so there's an ecosystem that these people have to exist in. The gap between free to play and pay to win is so big in Tower Fantasy. I don't even try anymore. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played that game forever. Either a new better game comes or people get bored. Well, what I'm saying is that the rewards, a lot of people want to be good at video games so they can show off being good at video games. That's my whole point. That is one of the prime reasons why people want to be good at games. So if they can't show off that they're good at games, the amount of reasoning for doing that is like extremely low. People also watch for drops. Yeah, not for me. No, you're not thinking about, like, you're personalizing it in reality. Like, you can't say, well, because my personal experience isn't like this, well, then it's not happening. I fully agree with you. You are probably different, and I might be different too. But what I'm saying is that this is a normal behavior. Don't you think Dota 2 is a good example? It's basically a top 3 Steam charts game for 10 years straight. Yeah, and it has a massive competitive scene. And I think it's a result of that. And that's it. While talking about drops, well, I mean, here's the thing. Drops are like an artificial stimulant. So, like, if a video game has drops, that's going to cause more people to watch a category. Like, I know Tarkov has this a lot. Looks like there's not any drops going on for Tarkov or anything like that. But in general, like, of course that's going to happen, but people aren't watching for the gameplay. And even games that have... So here's the thing. Do you want to know the reason why I had, like, 450,000 people? Like, I remember, like, the month that Lost Ark came out, I had, like, an average viewer count over 100,000, right? It was crazy. And the reason why is because of the drops. Like, that's the main reason. Like, yeah, I think the streams were good, and, you know, like, yeah, I'm a popular streamer, sure. But the biggest reason was because of the fucking drops. And so the reason why I got that many viewers is because there were all those people looking to get the drops. That's the reason why. And so, if you have a dead game and nobody cares about the drops, well, then there you go. It's over. And PoE popped off too. Yeah, I wouldn't have had 200,000 viewers if they didn't have a drop. Like, that's just the way it is. People in CS usually watch for your skill, my video an exception. Yes, but people only appreciate skill in a game if they appreciate themselves. If people no longer appreciate the game, they no longer appreciate the skill in the game. That's my whole point. So that's basically, like, there's an ecosystem that people that are competitive players exist in. And I think this is also an ecosystem that streamers exist in as well. Who cares about Overwatch talent? Well, I don't know. Did you finish Wuthering Waves 2.0 story? No, I didn't really. I haven't yet. Like, I got to the point where you fight the sentry robot, and then I stopped. That was like yesterday. I was going to play more of it today. I'll probably do that later on. I don't really know. But I think that's generally what's happened. And Very true. Nobody wants to be good at the game. Nobody cares about it. Exactly. Well, like I've said this before, right? And like it's kind of like a meme that I've said this like a couple of times. But if you're a young buck and you're like a 19-year-old guy, and you're looking to be the next big esports guy, right? You want to be the next big Metroid Prime's up. That's probably because game's done quick. Yeah. You want to be the next esports Andy. You want to be this big content creator. You want to be the person that like everybody's going to watch for esports. Well, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to play World of Warcraft. You're not going to get a whole lot of Discord kittens playing WoW. But if you play Valorant, you will. That's the truth. And so, like, if you're a young guy and you want to invest, like, you have 10,000 hours of, like, prime time of you being at, like, your physical peak, being really good at video games, and you want to be competitive at one video game, and you want that to matter a lot, why the fuck would you pick a video game that nobody cares about? What's a Discord kitten? Oh, I see you're probably over 30 years old as well. It doesn't matter. Like, you're going to pick Marvel Rivals. You're going to pick, you know, League of Legends. You're going to pick Fortnite. You're going to pick Valorant. And if you look at all the top players for these games, they're all very young. I mean, there's exceptions, of course, but there's a rule for a reason. Do you think that WoW can be brought back, or has its heyday come and gone? WoW is it's a known entity that's been defined. There's not going to be a point where WoW grows any more than it already has. That's just about it. Yeah, like that's it. It's and also it's not what's a Discord. Okay. Oh god. Well, anyway, I mean, the world's a very different place nowadays. Let's just say that. So, yeah, I think that's the case with a lot of games, right? Simply streamers starting out playing Pong isn't a good idea. No, it's not. And how do you stay entertained playing games? I'm only asking because I get bored with everything. Well, then stop playing if you're bored. Just a question, what's the average age of your viewers? If I was gonna, the average age of my viewers is probably 28 or 29. Like, if you want one number, 28 or 29.
I need to 40, bro.
My viewers are a lot older. And, yeah, that's
quite
about
old.
it. I'm 40. Yeah, no, there's older guys that watch and they move that average up. But I think that's basically it. And the reason why is, like, I mean, obviously, whenever I say, like, yeah, guys, do you remember back when, do you guys remember Blockbuster? Well, a 20-year-old guy is like, no. No, I don't remember Blockbuster. Do you remember back when they had the Beanie Babies with Happy Meals in, like, 1997? No. I didn't exist. Like, that's it. So, like, obviously, and I think it's also, it makes sense, like, people, like, the relatability matters a lot. And so, like, because I'm 34, right? And so, people that are going to be around my age, like, for example, if you're 60, it doesn't mean you can't relate or you can't enjoy watching somebody who's, like, let's say 34, but there's that barrier because of the generational gap, right? And people overcome that barrier. Like, for example, a lot of people love George Carlin, and he was really popular even though a lot of his audience was much younger. Definitely true. But you also have the case where, like, a lot of younger people, well, they're going to want to watch somebody who's younger. They're going to want to watch somebody like, Jinxie. They're going to want to watch Kai or Speed or something like that. So that's the reason why. It's like, age is a huge factor in relatability. Like, I remember whenever I was a senior in high school, I was like 17, and, I would talk to somebody who was 20, and it was like I felt like I had less in common with them than right now if I had a conversation with a person who was 50. Like, totally different universe, totally different life, totally different world, right? Night and day difference. And so, that's a huge thing. And so, like, if you're high school, Wikipedia says you're 35. Wikipedia is going to say, like, people edit that, put whatever the fuck they want in that. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. But, yeah. And I love Kai's stream. It's the only stream I'm willing to pay for. Well, I'm glad you like it, right? But there you go. It's insane when you're 30 and interact with 20 to 50-year-old people. Yeah, definitely, right? But I'm just saying in general. By the way, the NVIDIA thing is going to be in an hour, maybe 40 minutes of waiting, then an hour or so of streaming. So today, I wish that was the case. I've got to go do some shit in a little while, so I'm not going to be able to stream it. I'm going to have to react to it tomorrow. It's an unfortunate thing. Yeah, that's it. But I know. And also it's almost 3 hours. Like, I'm not going to sit around for 3 hours waiting for the NVIDIA stuff. So, like, we're not talking about it being in, like, 40 minutes or, like, you know, anything like that. Because I would have done that if that was the case. So, yeah. Sucks to be first Immortals, then? Oh, yeah, sure, right? But, like, Wuthering Waves in the meantime, I can show people kind of where I'm at in the game, maybe. But, like, I'm not going to fuck around with it too much. The WoW is doing well on Twitch kind of always. Yeah, well, WoW is also, like, a lot of Twitch viewers came from WoW because WoW was like the original Twitch game, right? Like you look at, for example, if you think about a lot of the big streamers either played WoW or, you know, like there's a very, very small subset of people that didn't. And so like, you know, for example, like I used to play WoW all the time. Like, I don't think Hassan ever played WoW, but like, Chance, like obviously played WoW. Cam played WoW. Like, Miz played WoW. Like, obviously, Shroud, Twin played WoW. Summit played WoW. Like, Rob, like down there. You know, in general, there's a lot of people that grew up playing the game. And then also, like, you got Rexful and Mitch, too. Yeah, you got all the old OGs. Miz played WShow. Yeah, so I'm just, yeah, Lyric did. Yeah, well, Lyric probably went offline because he usually starts a little bit earlier than me and ends earlier. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, in general, that's the case. Even Nick Fuentes played Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, so did Logan Paul. Logan Paul was a gnome mage in Wrath. Which ever gets to the point they allow you to download being a robot, like Cyberpunk. Yeah, I want to play games like that in the future. Sure. And so everybody played WoW. Yeah, exactly. Retail WoW is for young tryhards nowadays. Yeah, but it's hardly even them. Will you try Plunderstorm? I already did. So yeah. Everybody's around 30 or 35 played WoW. Yeah, it's probably true too. And that's just the way that I see it. And I feel like with games, that's always been the case. And like with WoW, WoW is like that game that right now there's so many people that are invested and that are playing it. Like Marvel Rivals is a game that I think will come and go. I don't know if Marvel Rivals has the staying power of Overwatch. Like Overwatch was really popular for like 7 years. I don't know if Marvel Rivals has that staying power. And if you had to ask me yes or no, I would say the answer is actually no. Doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the time that I'm playing it, but I don't think it's going to be around in like, 2 years. But I could be wrong. Most Overwatch pros and streamers say Overwatch 2 is trash compared to it. Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether Overwatch pros and streamers say that. If they like Marvel Rivals more, but their viewers aren't watching it and they want to watch Overwatch, they'll go back to playing Overwatch. Because their job is being a streamer, not being a video game player. That's just the way it is. Paladin stuck around for a long time? Yeah. You download AOC? No, I didn't actually. I need to make a hard drive space. Damn, that's deep. It's not deep, it's just true, right? I mean, there you go. Marvel Rivals porn will boost it like with Overwatch? Yeah, but like, I don't think it's gonna be as crazy as Overwatch, to be honest. If you're getting Disney's are involved, then they're gonna invest deeply into their creation. Really? Well, Warner Brothers was involved with multiverses, and that shit died off too. Like, just because Disney was involved in the other Marvel game and it died. Like, I don't think that's really a good line of thinking. It doesn't really make sense to me. What would have to be different for you to foresee the staying power of Marvel Rivals? I don't know. I feel like there's just a degree of, like, I don't know, it's like just I have something right? And also, like, keep in mind, I could just be wrong, too. Like, it's not like I'm some kind of wizard that can always predict the future. Like, I've been wrong about games in the past. And so, I could be. I don't think that I am, but I still could be. Give me 1 second. Asmongold helped this man regain control over his life. What is this?
Sometimes we...
Asmongold changed my life.
Sometimes we find inspiration in the most unexpected places. For me, it was through the videos of a YouTuber and Twitch streamer named Asmongold.
That's me.
His raw honesty and unfiltered commentary were the catalyst for a transformation I never thought possible. This is a story of how his words resonated with me during one of the darkest periods of my life and inspired me to reclaim it. This is about a man who struggled with mental illness, familial separation, and years of self-loathing. This is about how I found hope, strength, and purpose in Asmongold's message. And
Yeah, nobody cares. I just. How gamers ruined 2024, let's see.
You know what's crazy? I would guarantee that if I asked the question to my audience, why do you think so many studios shut down? Why do you think there were so many layoffs? Why do you think so many games had failed? I would guarantee the vast majority of you would be able to answer that question without is that apparently, well, everybody else is struggling to figure out that. You know, 2024 was apparently the worst year in gaming. I know those incredible games that you played, those insane sales, you saw some of these games reach those awesome indie hits that you played. Don't pay attention to any of that. None of that actually matters. What really matters is the layoffs and the mean things that people are saying on Twitter. We have journalists that are out there that are struggling. They are coping. They are grasping at straws, trying to figure out what happened to the industry, while at the exact same time they are painting the audience as extremists because they didn't play the games or they criticized the games the way that they didn't appreciate. You know, one of the biggest threats that we have across the entire industry, this is probably the same for other industries as well, but it's especially true for video games, is that we have a lot of people that are out there that want to purposefully misinterpret what player criticisms or customer criticisms are for their own virtue or agenda. And it is having a massive impact on this industry. How many times have you guys seen somebody say something along the lines of, this is exactly what they said? They'll put quotations around something, but they're implying what somebody said, not actually directly quoting them. This disingenuous nature of conversation, debating, and arguing just doesn't work, and it's falling flat with audiences, and it's ruining the products that we're trying to buy. That's the reason why a lot of players are pushing back on it. You know, I'm not going to pretend like this doesn't happen on both ends. Of course you're seeing that from the players. Of course you're going to see some of that stuff from the audience. But the critical difference here is that the players are a diverse group. Diversity in opinions and perspectives and life and money and all kinds of different things. And they're going to have varying degrees of what their opinions are going to look like. And the difference between these two things is that the other side of that is an industry that seems like it is monolithically standing in opposition to its audience.
My God, no, but the fuck?
Maybe I'm wrong. So today what we're going to do is we're going to find out why the players are the ones that are at fault for the fallout of 2024. As I sat in an airport waiting for my flight, excited to visit my family for the holidays, reflecting on how incredible of a year 2024 was for video games, I came across this article from TheWire.com titled 2024 was the year that the bottom fell out of the video game industry. From layoffs to the return of Gamergate, video games and the people who make and play them had a rough year. And I thought to myself, well, that's a tad dramatic. I mean, yeah, we saw some massive layoffs, cancellations, and closures across the industry, and it was arguably one of the most divisive years in gaming. However, 2024, while tumultuous, was an incredible year across the board. Indie games reached unheard of heights, and independent AA and AAA studios dominated the entire year. Steam updated their policies to protect their customers from rug-pulled DLC and roadmaps. California forced publishers and studios to plainly state that customers do not own what they are buying. 2024 was a step forward for consumers, but apparently that isn't where our priorities should be. Megan Farrakmanesh of TheWire.com writes, for the people who make games, 2024 was a year of holding on for dear life. At the annual Game Developer Conference in March, survive till 25 was this year's incantation, summoned to keep morale on pace. Others resorted to full-on screams as layoffs in the industry charted record highs and developers found themselves under attack online for conspiratorial nonsense.
Yeah, urla
more than 10,000
screaming like cows in the road.
Of game makers surveyed at the beginning of the year reported they've been affected by layoffs in some way. While there were some wins for labor organizers at big studios like Activision Blizzard and collective action around fighting for protection from the encroachment of AI on employment, the industry's collective brain drain continued in 2024 as workers lost jobs in mass. 6 months in, and this year's layoff tally had already surpassed that of 2023. According to Matthew Ball, an advisor and producer for the games and television space, 2024's job loss count will wind up being about 40% higher than the previous years. The explanation is complex and wide-ranging for the same reasons the layoffs are so deep and continuous, and sit alongside many studio closures and even more canceled games, Ball says. Developers are under attack for conspiratorial nonsense, and they're trying to figure out why games are failing. You guys aren't seeing the correlation here? Let's look at the games and then look at the layoffs. Outside of Hi-Fi Rush, many of the studios that released games that fell flat with audiences fell flat for countless reasons that are pretty obvious to everybody else. Meanwhile, all of these publishers are investing obscene amounts of money into these projects. What do they think the recourse is for that money lost? When these studios and these publishers are investing $200 to $300 million into a single game, if not more, we're not even talking about marketing budget, do you think that Microsoft is just going to accept the hit for Redfall, that Sony's just going to accept the $400 million wasted on Concord, that Ubisoft, who's been unable to turn a profit on damn near anything for years now, is somehow not going to have any repercussions for that? What's the conspiracy here? I am sick and tired of games media treating industry layoffs as some sort of surprise tragedy, conveniently ignoring the root cause that these companies failed to deliver on their customers' needs and the publishers over-budgeted on those projects and set unrealistic sales projections. The reality is simple. These players are not buying these games that are poorly made, uninspired, or designed for audiences that don't exist. Studios have spent years now chasing fleeting trends, pushing live service games that are riddled with microtransactions, and prioritizing their ideological messaging over the quality and meaningfulness of the content that they're supposed to be delivering. When these games flop, it's no mystery why. There's no conspiracy here. This is an industry that's not under attack from external forces. It's sabotaging itself through greed, ego, and tone-deaf decision-making. You know, one of the other things that really bothers me is the special treatment that the games industry gets. These layoffs and closures, these aren't unique to just gaming. Every single industry is facing economic challenges right now because people are facing economic challenges right now.
Plenty of people getting fired.
141,000 jobs lost. Manufacturing saw 17,000 jobs lost. Retail, 4,800, and many more sectors saw the same. What is unique in gaming is that this is largely self-inflicted. Companies like Ubisoft, Microsoft, Sony, and more have consistently wasted their resources on bloated projects, garbage games, ideological soapboxes, and live service games that nobody was asking for, while ignoring their core audience. These layoffs are the inevitable result of poor leadership and decisions that were prioritizing quick profits and ego over player satisfaction. Studios aren't failing because of bad luck, they're failing because they've stopped making games that people care about. As a customer, I'm gonna be honest, I just don't care or feel anything for any of these internal struggles that these companies go through, especially when it's mismanagement to blame. The industry's decline is a natural consequence of treating customers like an afterthought. If studios want to survive, well, they need to stop chasing trends, stop alienating their core audiences, and start focusing on making great games. The problem is
stop insulting their customers. That's a first to sell.
Please
I'm no
show
genius,
me an example of a studio, a great studio that released a successful game, that performed well day one, that sold really well, that delivered and exceeded players' expectations. They prioritized the players' needs, and then they ended up having layoffs. You can't, because it doesn't exist, because successful games make successful studios with people in business. Why are we conveniently ignoring the fact that the studios that failed this year, and even last year, I guess this was 2024 and 2023, were because those games didn't sell. They made games that players didn't buy, and thus they went out of business, because that's just how the world works. You know, at the very least, I do feel for some of the developers that lost their job, because they're not the ones that are making the decisions that led to these studios having layoffs or closures. Because it's not your audio engineer, it's not your level designer, it's not your animators or programmers, it's the leadership at these companies. But I will say this, as an employee at these studios, if you guys are out there and you're making video games today, you need to be paying attention to your leadership. You have to recognize where that ship is going. If you're working for someone that you know is not doing a very good job of putting a video game together, you need to get out of there way before those layoffs come out. There is no way that there aren't people that were at, you know, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and saying, "Oh man, we got a game of the year situation out here." No, there's no
God,
way
it
you
looks
thought
like
that.
anything.
You gotta recognize and know what the consequences of a game like that are going to look like for a studio. It's not gonna be good. You know, when I read articles like this, what really upsets me is how they perpetuate this idea of entitlement, that regardless of the outcomes, that people should keep their jobs. It's not their fault. But it is. It's a collective thing, right? We're working as a team together to make this game and put it out there. And
Yeah, you can't
well,
just fire the
if
manager.
it doesn't sell, you lose your job, because that's just how it goes, especially with how much money's out there. And the issue is that when you start taking away, you know, accountability, well, then they start looking around and saying, well, if it's not the leadership and it's not the industry, well, who would it be?
Gamers, of course.
The players. The writer continues with, as the industry faltered, games suffered. High-profile releases like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League were commercial failures. While there were many reasons for this, online right-wing groups reduced it to a single mantra: go woke, go broke. By their logic, if a game does poorly and has even a whiff of diversity, be it regarding gender, sexuality,
It didn't
or
sell.
race,
What the fuck are you
that
talking
disappointing
about?
performance is the fault of diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI.
There's plenty
Although
of
there have been
things that
incredible
didn't sell
games
in this
released
life.
this year: Balatro, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor Refantasio, Astro
But also
Bot,
many that
Wukong,
did sell.
They couldn't
What the fuck?
distract from the troubles
What the fuck are you
faced by
talking
the
about?
people making them. They couldn't make up for the fact that the meta-narrative of video games in 2024 was bleak. Paul says that the blame
Well,
for
if
this
they
can't
if
all
they
be
if
pinned to a
they
single thing, like
blame
capitalism,
gamers, of
mismanagement,
course.
COVID-19, or even interest
fucking
rates. It
stupid.
involves
Jesus
development costs, how studios are staffed, consumer spending habits, and game pricing. The storm is so brutal, he says, because it's all of these things at once, and none have been really alleviated since the layoffs began. For indie developers specifically, the threat to their existence has been substantial. Dozens of small studios shuttered in 2024, though it's been difficult to get a full picture on how many indie studios the industry has lost, as they're more likely to shut down quietly without much fanfare or before many players even know they exist. With dwindling opportunities to get funding from investors and little cash to go around, developers sought alternative methods to get funding for their games in the past year. Some took bankrolling into their own hands. Among Us creator Innersloth launched an initiative to give fellow developers backing to finish projects. Others, like Tales of Kanzera Zhao developer Surgeon Studios, made their plans public in early development in hopes of attracting investments, all while fending off racist attacks from the anti-DEI crowd, making the challenges they're facing twofold. Even studios owned by tech juggernauts weren't immune to the industry's contraction. Microsoft shuttered Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks. Sony shut down Firewatch. The latter shuttering wasn't wholly surprising. Its big 2024 release Concord was largely considered a flop, but having a hit didn't give any studios a safety net. Near universal acclaim for Tango's Hi-Fi Rush didn't stop Microsoft's axe. It did, though, however, give Tango just enough juice to be revived by a new buyer. In other words, it's been a dismal year for morale. When developers gathered in Los Angeles for June's Summer Games Fest, developer New Blood Interactive bought out a billboard solely to memorialize their fellow developers who'd lost their jobs. We love you, we miss you, we hate money. It's just so performative and disingenuous, and it hurts to read. That line about Black Myth, Balatro, and Astrobot, and how the success of those games couldn't distract from the trouble of the people that were making them. Those employees don't have any trouble. They're chilling. They're kicking it right now. They're working on the game that they already made, or they're working on the next game that they're going to make. Having a hit doesn't provide a safety net. Hi-Fi Rush was a game that had critical success, and I'm sorry, but writers, journalists, and reviewers, you don't matter if the game doesn't sell well. It was a niche game. It was great. I had a lot of fun playing it, but it released on Xbox and PC Game Pass, a game that was largely played for free under a subscription, and the only game that people like that actually came from a studio that suffered a closure or layoff. We hate money? Yeah, it's obvious that they hate money. We've learned that by now. It's why they can't keep their employees or stay in business. They're making things for the sake of making them rather than making them for an audience, and that's fine, by the way, but there are consequences for that. And tell me, what is the purpose of sliding in these snide remarks about DEI like player reception isn't a part of this issue? This article's treatment of diversity and player criticism is a textbook example of bad faith argumentation. It dismisses legitimate concerns about poor writing, inauthentic representation, and shallow characters by highlighting some of the most extreme comments from a fringe minority. branding them as right-wing groups if they have any sort of criticism, chanting "Go woke, go broke." This straw man tactic is a deliberate attempt to devalue the opinions of players who want better writing and characters that actually feel authentic. When they continue to focus on these inflammatory remarks, the industry avoids engaging with the real issue. Players are tired of being sold half-baked stories and poorly executed characters that are dressed up in the guise of progressive messaging. Sure, there are some weirdos that are on the internet, but there are also thoughtful conversations about these issues as well. These criticisms the players are raising aren't about rejecting diversity, it's about rejecting bad diversity, forced, one-dimensional, inauthentic characters and stories that are meant to meet their personal worldview rather than actually serve the narrative. Players want nuanced, well-developed characters like we've seen in so many successful games. Take a look around. There are plenty of games with plenty of diversity in some of the most successful games of 2024. These writers are living in their own universe at this point. They were spewing nonsense about how Black Myth Wukong wasn't including women when in fact the game was filled with female leads in the story. Space Marine 2 had a black amputee in Brother Chiron steal the show in the final leg of the campaign in some of the most badass moments of the whole damn game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's Barrett was one of the best voice performances all year, and that game tackled deep issues with parenting, adoption, and PTSD. Metaphor ReFantasio's entire premise is around racism, prejudice, and more. What's even more glaring is that this article completely disregards the massive successes that we saw in indie games.
They didn't play them. Oh my god.
Contradicts all of their doom and gloom.
Not even now.
Like
Dude, these guys don't play games. They just write about
Mouthwashing and Mana Lords not only thrived, but they captivated audiences. They found their own audience with their originality, their authenticity, and their focus on gameplay over scope. By ignoring these successes, player concerns, and why some of these studios actually shut down, this writer is doing nothing but painting an incomplete and ultimately a biased picture. They are so tied up in the virtue of their actions that they never take the time to think about the actions themselves. It's all about optics, it's all performative, it's nothing more. We have an entire industry that is so terrified, so absolutely terrified to just say that some people are bad at the fucking job. It's as simple as that. Characters suck, the writing sucks, the premise sucks, the gameplay sucks. The writing is contrived and formulaic. We've seen it
Why
a
the
thousand
fuck do you
times.
change
When
my
I played
fucking
Dragon
device,
Age
you
the
piece of
Veilguard,
shit?
It felt like I was watching a Netflix television show. You know, I'm gonna rant now. I watched The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I used to love Sabrina the Teenage Witch when I was a kid. Judge me, I don't really care. But in the show, they had this character that was a female to male trans, and they wanted to join the basketball team. They sucked. They were terrible. They couldn't hit a shot. They got ran out by all the guys, and they were only good when someone cast a spell on them. They pushed down one of the players on the team down a flight of stairs and almost killed the guy. It's supposed to be a wholesome story, a wholesome coming out story. That player who fell down the stairs, couldn't remember anything, comes up to them on crutches and apologizes. What's the moral of the story? What are you even doing at this point? While that's TV and this is video games, it's the same trash, garbage level writing and character writing that players are trying to push back on. That's the reason why a lot of these players are voicing their concerns and trying to talk about it. Yeah, you're going to have some people that are out there, they're going to latch onto it, and they're going to be the hateful few that are out there, but you have folks with genuine concerns that you really need to pay attention to, because a lot of these games, a lot of this media is doing nothing but perpetuating negative stereotypes that's doing more harm to these minorities than good. We have people that are out there that want to be heroes of virtue but don't have the skill to execute on it. That needs to be called out. You have to call that out. Because if you don't, these problems only continue to get worse and you end up making groups look worse as a result of that. Is that what you really want from this? Can we not sit back and point out how garbage Dragon Age the Veilguard is? We can't talk about how poorly executed a game like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, or how garbage the character designs for Concord is? We can't talk about those kind of things. How is the industry supposed to get better if you guys don't just take the gloves off every once in a while? And as a customer, that's what I expect, because I'm a gamer. I'm supposed to be coming to reviewers and writers for their expertise on these issues, but they don't want to talk about those kind of things. I want to talk.
They don't play them. How can I tell you?
Quality of these
understand.
games, but we're just not allowed to because the industry just isn't interested in it. The writer concludes with, this year may have been the 10th anniversary of Gamergate, the 2014 online hate movement that shaped the internet harassment tactics apparent today. But online conversations felt like a trip back in time. Conservative ideologues bemoaned the inclusion of characters who did not fit the cookie-cutter image of a white, cis, hetero man. They complained that DEI was being forced upon them. It wasn't. In March, harassment towards a small consultancy agency called Sweet Baby Incorporated reached new heights as bad actors organized through Discord, Steam forums, and other online spaces. Branding themselves as Gamergate 2.0, online mobs harassed developers using tweets, DMs, YouTube videos, and Twitch streams. They targeted anyone with any connection to Sweet Baby and other consultancies, a fairly wide net as consultants are often brought on to advise on accuracy, sensitivity, and more. Their mission was fighting against wokeification. The realities of the economic issues impacting the games they love had no place in their tactics. The specter of diversity had more pull than analysts and experts. Games with black leads and characters were derided as forced. Female characters deemed unattractive or masculine were suffering from the DEI chin. Dragon Age: The Veilguard was criticized by far-right trolls for its customization options, which allowed players to create characters with top surgery scars and play with a non-binary companion. After reviews were released, conspiracists latched on to cliche phrases and other language as proof that BioWare was instructing reviewers how to talk about their game. I am just so sick of seeing people rewrite history regarding Gamergate 2014. Journalists continue to this day to present it as nothing more than an online hate movement, ignoring that at its core, Gamergate was about ethics in journalism, a criticism of media outlets and their cozy, clearly visible relationships with developers and publishers. That message was quickly buried under straw man arguments highlighting the most extreme views possible, a minority, vocal minority more than anything else, a tactic that conveniently allows them to deflect any accountability. This exact same strategy is on full display here, framing the criticisms of diversity, storytelling, and representation in game as far-right trolling while avoiding legitimate concerns about the quality and authenticity of the work that's being delivered. I can't believe that they would bring up Gamergate 2014 in the same breath as Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Yeah, let's call the customers conspiracy theorists when we know that reviewers that were critical of the game didn't receive review code. When every reviewer that scored the game an 8 or a 9, well, their review sounded like the game was more like a 10. Each one of them saying a return to form for BioWare, while the product that was delivered to the customers didn't meet the expectations that were set by those reviews. Well, I don't think that BioWare told reviewers what to say. They definitely controlled who got it first, and the people who got it first were those who are desperate to make sure that one of these games win, and they will do anything and say anything to make that happen. I will never forget Jason Schreier going on Twitter to gloat about Dragon Age: The Veilguard, saying, "Go woke, go top the charts," only to say in the comments that he doesn't even like the game, he just likes seeing the chuds get dunked on. Of course, he would later then remove this entire post when it was revealed that the game wasn't a success. Look, I'm not going to pretend like the trolling or extremist positions don't exist. I know it's real. I see it all the time. I see it every single day. I see it in the comment sections of videos and live streams. I see weirdos on social media that are sharing images of what underwear Eve from Stellar Blade would wear versus the character from Naughty Dog's Intergalactic. I see how hard people will sometimes reach on Twitter to find issues with something that just aren't there, just to try to keep the hate train moving. But at the end of the day, the only reason why those groups find any traction is because there are real issues in the industry today that add fuel to that fire, and ignoring them or pretending like the house isn't burning down around you isn't going to help these studios and keep them from closing or keep these games from failing or help people keep their jobs. Take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Why did some of these games fail? Why were people criticizing Sweet Baby Incorporated? Why were these games so fundamentally flawed? You know, my first thought when I saw the whole Sweet Baby Incorporated drama come up was not about the consultancy agency itself. It was about why companies developing narrative-driven games would even need to outsource parts of their story to an external agency in the first place. That's the real issue. Let's do a root cause analysis here. We have studios right now that are burning through hundreds of millions of dollars on bloated, overscoped projects. Those same studios are overstaffed, leading to layers upon layers of management that are trying to oversee these massive teams. The more management you introduce, the more diluted the vision of the company and the game becomes, and the harder it is to be able to make clear, decisive calls. It's a classic case of too many cooks in the kitchen. With deadlines looming and budgets spiraling out of control, studios find themselves scrambling to complete unfinished parts of their game. To meet those deadlines, they then bring in external agencies to share the workload. The result, a game that barely has any cohesive identity because it's been put through so many hands. It has no unifying vision to be able to tie it together. Add in an outside consultant who's unfamiliar with the heart of the project, and it's like playing a game of telephone. Every step introduces more miscommunication and disconnection, all driven by overscoping, mismanagement, and unchecked egos at the top. Of course these games were destined to fail, but we aren't talking about that, and these writers aren't interested in looking into it. The truth is, none of this is going to stop, and it's not going to stop until a lot of these companies start going out of business, and basically that's it. Because at the end of the day, it goes back to what I was saying before, that you have people that are out there that are so caught up in the virtue of their actions, they're not actually thinking about their actions. They will say a lot of things, but they won't think about what they're saying. Like, as an example, you're going to have a lot of folks that are out there that say, I want diversity in video games. Full stop. That's it. Because isn't that just the most virtuous thing to say? I say, I want diversity in games because I want a diversity in perspectives. I want shared experiences. I want something that is maybe going to change the way that I view the world, or maybe help me empathize with people that I've never understood before, because I've had games that have done that for me in the past. I think one of the best examples of this is Warframe, actually. They have this entire quest line that is about an autistic character, and I never understood the perspective of somebody that was autistic until I played that game, played that mission, and then now I understand far better than I ever have before, more than I've ever seen on a television show or read in an article or anything like that. And it's important to keep grounded. There's a fundamental difference there in the authenticity and what you actually want. You know, going into 2025, I decided that I wanted to deliver better content to my viewers, because that's what my viewers deserve. They're the ones that support me. Without them, I'm nothing. And when I read an article like this, I realize that that's just not what this industry is interested in. They have this weird relationship between the two of them where they keep, you know, the media covers the industry, but now I'm realizing it's more like they cover for the industry, not actually covering what's going on in the industry. They care a lot more about each other than the people that actually keep them in business in the first place, and that's their fundamental flaw. You have to respect where the money comes from, because without us, you're nothing. And nothing's really going to change, and a lot of these companies are just going to go out of business, and out of their ashes, well, new titans will rise. You know, alternative media, YouTube, Twitch streaming. You have people that are on X that are posting some stuff as well, or Twitter, sorry, but I don't really care what people call it, to be honest with you. But, you know, journalists are going to be the ones that are going out of style. You have indie developers that are starting to take rise. AA and AAA games have taken over the industry over the last couple of years. Some of the best games that we've been delivered have not come from the biggest companies that are out there. And what do you think is going to be the end result of that? They're going to go out of business, and the new guys are going to take over. To be honest with you, I'm looking forward to that, because the new guys make pretty damn good games. You know, you have to have a balance between doing something that you want and making sure that you're also doing something for people that are actually keeping you in check, people that are actually paying you in the first place. And that's where this industry is starting to veer off course. You have to stop looking at everybody else and start looking in the mirror from time to time, because these two, like the media and game developers, just keep patting each other on the back and not listening to the players, and we're the ones with the wallets, and it's just not going to work out for you. I don't know what else to say. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I have a head cold, so I have a really hard time hearing myself right now, which has made it really hard for me to like read as well as do this stuff. So hopefully I didn't sound weird or anything like that. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I need to get back to playing Path of Exile too.
No, fuck it. No loot. Fuck Path of Exile.
I do actually think that we're having a Western gaming crash.
Yep.
This might sound crazy, but I think it is legitimately happening. The reason why, like identity politics and like woke shit in games, 10-20% of it. The rest of it is that games are so safe and so boring now. People just don't care about playing them. Like, fuck, yeah, it's what's happening. It is.
This is a real tweet from Xbox. They said, "You don't know it, but you're living in one of the greatest ages of all right now." Post.
Why would they do this? It had to be an ad.
In this image, timeline for the ages: ancient age, medieval age, modern age, contemporary age, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard. You are.
Wait, this says, let's read this. Contemporary age, the French Revolution. And it ended, the French Revolution ended in 2023. Who the fuck made this? What? What are we talking about? Oh my god.
Here.
That's a long evolution.
Yeah, clearly the greatest thing ever, best game of all time. And I know they're joking around a little bit, but so many people have seriously been trying to prop this game up. As you might expect, the comments are not really agreeing with Xbox.
Yeah, I guess so.
So many corpos and their bootlickers have been going crazy lately, enraged that gamers have been winning simply by refusing to buy games.
Imagine that the consumer actually had all the power all along, but people didn't want to accept it. That's always been the case, is consumers have always had all the power. You can make the decision and you can change the way that businesses work just simply by voting with your money.
Of these corrupt Western AAA companies. This is something that I've talked about quite a lot recently, and now in this video, even more examples have come up. Over on Indie 100, Jake Brigstock made this article titled More than 1,500 games have been rated on wild, quote, woke detector. An online group has firmly brought the culture war of woke and anti-woke into video games.
It's been in video games for a long time. It's not anything new.
More than 1,500 titles have been rated on an absurdly wild quote-unquote woke detector Excel spreadsheet. And that's not the worst part. More than half of them listed are not recommended because they contain details and features that are considered woke. What did you expect from something titled woke detector?
I went into this fucking restaurant. It was called Longhorn Steakhouse. They had a bunch of fucking steaks there. I can't believe it. I'm a fucking vegan. What is this? This is disgusting.
How is that surprising? I love how he says that's not even the worst part, though. Like, you can clearly tell that he's upset by this spreadsheet thing.
Oh, of course he is.
He then posts an example of transgender character Serona Ryan from Hogwarts Legacy. But this seems like the worst example he could have used. Hogwarts Legacy? It was like the activist types on like Twitter, like the armchair activist types who were really upset by this game, saying that to like boycott it.
Yeah, they were real
making
mad.
like lists of streamers who streamed it, hunting people like peeking me down. Like
that was so stupid.
This example hurts your argument. Look, I'll even say that
Well, here's the problem with like the woke lists. The reason why they're problematic is because there's not a they're a binary system. Like, for example, like they'll categorize a game like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 as woke because Elden Ring doesn't use male and female, they use body type 1 and 2. Or they'll categorize Baldur's Gate as woke because you can have like gay relationships. And I think that it's a huge problem with like that group of people that are like trying to fixate on figuring out which games are and are not woke, because they don't know how to categorize them as a tier list. Like, you might think that Baldur's Gate 3 is woke, that's fine, but everybody knows it's not as woke as, like, I don't know, Dragon Age, right? So that's really the issue. It's that there's not, like, a tier list or a power ranking for them.
I've seen some games that get not recommended on these type of lists that do seem like whoever put them on said list is taking too extreme of a stance on, like making too big of a deal out of things on occasion. However, plenty of times the not recommended posts are very reasonable, like simply not wanting to buy the very shoehorned in fake corporate DI slop stuff Of course, people don't want to buy games that come off fake and preachy. Who would want to get lectured by a bunch of lame corpos? I also find it hilarious when armchair activist types get all mad at gamers when they refuse to buy products from corporations. It's like
that's what they're getting mad about. See, and the reason why is that, like, if we think about, so let's go ahead and let's do something kind of funny. Biggest games of the year. Wukong. Chinese dev. Metaphor. Japan dev. Final Fantasy VII. Rebirth. Japan dev. Stellar Blade. Korean dev. I'm starting to see a pattern. Pow World. Japan dev. Elden Ring. Japan dev. Dragon's Dogma 2. Japan dev. Concord. American dev. Okay, Monster Hunter. Japan dev. Ooh, Helldivers 2. Bam. Finnish? Where were they from again? I don't remember. Swedish? European dev. Euro dev. I think that's fair. Yeah, Sweden? Okay. Space Marine 2. Fair. Where is Saber Interactive? I think they're American, right? Oh, they're Russian. Oh. Oh. Did we make any good games this year? Did we make a good game this year? No, not us. No, I'm saying, like, did we make a single good game? Saber is in Florida. They just have a Russian studio. Okay. All right. Maybe Saber's American. Okay, why did you say Russian? Okay. U.S. dev. Okay, we've got one. We're saved. Everything's fine. But let's look at this. Western game dev has a huge problem. Massive. Tremendous problem.
Like, they're mad that gamers are actually better activists than they are. At the time of writing, 403 titles from Document are recommended, 323 are informational, and a staggering 824 games are rated not recommended, with some hugely successful titles in there. There were corners of the internet that were up in arms because a transgender character, Serona Ryan, was included in Hogwarts Legacy when it released in February 2023. Once again,
yeah, because there's a lot of people. So this is what these people don't understand. So when he's saying there are corners of the internet, do you want to know what corners of the internet are? They're called corners of the globe. So you have an international platform where people from all across the world, across multiple cultures, religions, races, and also nationalities, are discussing topics. And in some of those corners, being transgender is against the law, or it's not viewed in a positive light. So, big surprise, some people on the internet don't agree with things that are literally against the law in their country. I'm sick of these people going and acting like this is some kind of a problem here when we're talking about this is a global internet. This is a global platform. Of course you're going to have people that disagree. Yeah, meanwhile, in the secret HQ of modern evidence, yes, the internet's worldwide, exactly. It's because we have a toxic positivity game community? Well, I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy wasn't a great game, it wasn't woke, it had one trans character into the game. I don't think it was woke either. I'm just telling you, like, it shouldn't be a surprise that there are people out there that are not fans of transgenders, because the internet is worldwide, and people on the internet come from cultures and from nationalities where it is literally illegal to be transgender. I feel like this is such a cold take.
And this is a terrible example. Like, I can't believe this guy's actually writing this. If he actually made this was to kind of like rewrite history here, because if I recall, there was the boycott Hogwarts Legacy people that were all upset with Sirona Ryan. They were saying the name Sirona was transphobic because, like, the Sir, they were like, of course Hogwarts Legacy's trans character would be named Sirona Ryan. This is a transphobic dog whistle. And it was actually a lot of the pro Hogwarts Legacy people defending that trans character by citing this mythic deity, Sirona. He then says, unsurprisingly, the proverb.
These people care about that issue. Just looking for something to complain about.
Real woke content protection curated list of games does not recommend Hogwarts Legacy.
Let's be honest.
So as I mentioned earlier, I do think sometimes the people making those lists or at least posting, like, partaking in the list are too extreme. This being one of those examples.
Proverbial woke list contains 18 in Scotland, somehow has diverse LGBTQ characters, uses body type instead of biological sex. I feel like that's fair. I mean, like, there's no logical reason other than a woke reason to use body type instead of biological sex. I can't think of a single logical reason why that would be the case. Doesn't make any sense.
Like Hogwarts Legacy, I think it's a cool game. So, just my opinion. Moving on. Oh, first, one more thing. I did check the list to be sure he wasn't making this up, and yeah,
it's
that
true.
is on there.
Yeah.
This is sadly
right.
just one example of hundreds and hundreds, with each one having a similar format. None of the recent Call of Duty titles are recommended because of emblems being Cry Flag. Forza Horizon 5 isn't either because the pronouns they've been chosen. And Bully Scholarship Edition has caused repulsion among those who made this wretched list. Because players can...
Well, yeah, big surprise. Like, a lot of people don't accept that there are more than two genders. Like, this is another component that these people don't seem to understand. Is that... I would say, like, the massive, overwhelming majority of the world that's on the internet thinks there's two genders. Whether you agree with them or not is irrelevant. You have to acknowledge that this is a minority opinion. What are we talking about? Why? It's unbelievable. 90% of these? I don't know if it's 90%. I have no idea. But it's such a huge amount of people. And so, isn't it transphobic? I don't know. Genders and sex are different. How many people do you think give a fuck about that distinction? Really? Like, I mean, really, ask yourself the question, how many people actually give a fuck about it? And I'm not talking about just here in America. I'm talking about across the entire world. That's not going to work. Oh, yeah, it's such a small, minor amount of people. Some people make the poll here. We don't need to make a poll here. What I'm saying is that I find it to be very annoying that people write these articles complaining about how, you know, people on the internet are not inclusive, but we have a global internet. If we had an internet that for in some way, only allowed people to post from, like, America, then you probably wouldn't see this stuff be as popular. The reason why this stuff is getting really popular, the guy that made the original DEI detected list is from South America.
Get an achievement for kissing other boys with the lead male character. Video games are for absolutely everyone, and an entitled select few should not hold any influence when it comes to so-called recommending games on if they have content deemed woke.
Video games are absolutely for everyone, and the entitled few, an entitled select few should not hold any influence when it comes to so-called recommending games. Why not? Ironic? It is really ironic, isn't it? Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, that's what they're doing? Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is unbelievable.
do us all a favor, get over it, and just enjoy playing. So yeah, you guys already know my opinion here. I think sometimes the list makes some good points, sometimes they don't, sometimes they're too extreme and sound silly, but I do enjoy how they make Corvos mad. If I disagree with some of the things these lists are saying on there, I do find them amusing because of that fact. Let me know what you guys think about all that, and now moving on to the next part of this video. Mike
This is so fucking silly, man. It's so fucking silly that because here's really what the problem is. They want you to not be able to express what your opinion is. They fundamentally want to take away your right to speak, and they want to have your opinion censored, and they want it to be where you are not allowed to have this type of thing. That is crazy. Absolutely insane. No, they don't. They just don't like all the hate. So then they don't want you to have your opinion. They say that you're not allowed to have an opinion, you're not allowed to express their opinion, because they think that that opinion is hateful. That's exactly what they're saying. Yeah, it's literally that simple. Don't be a hateful cunt. I don't like the idea that because some people have opinions that you consider problematic, that then they shouldn't be having the right to have that opinion. Unless they're openly advocating for violence or like threatening violence, then I think they should be able to have an opinion on whatever they want. That's the way it is. Who decides what hate is? Who decides who watches the watchmen? Who watches the people? Who's the one that's determining what is and isn't okay to say? Well, that changes, doesn't it? And that's why it's a problem. You can't let somebody make those decisions. It's a pretext. Yeah, it's a pretext for control. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I think people have realized what the conclusion for this is because it's happened so many times.
Part of this video, Mike Rose over on his Blue Sky account, made this post on Blue Sky with over 10,000 likes. A lot of people over there love this.
I'm gonna be surprised. I didn't know Blue Sky had 10K users.
Take, it seems. He says, everyone trying to work out why video games aren't selling anymore. Quote, too many games. Prices are too low.
Yeah.
Marketing is hard, unquote. When the answer this time around is actually simple. The world got destroyed and no one has any money. People are struggling to pay bills and rent, let alone buy your game. Look, things have definitely been a mess, but when it comes to the gaming industry, largely the game...
The funny thing about what he's saying is actually it's been found out that in recessionary and economic bad times, people will end up spending more money on luxury goods in some cases and entertainment goods to distract themselves from their real lives. And that's why you can see a lot of games, even this year, like Black Myth Wukong sold 20 million copies. You had other games like Helldivers was so popular. You also have, what do you call it, like Dragon's Dogma 2 that was kind of popular. I think this is an entirely fake premise. Visible luxuries? Yeah, exactly.
Not getting bought are AAA slots. And that post seems like it's trying to make excuses for these AAA companies. And when I say AAA companies, I'm also specifically talking about Western AAA. I should have specified that, but I'm clarifying it.
Yeah, Capcom is hiring more people. From Software increased their base salary. This whole idea that video games are in some sort of a depression is not true. Video games aren't in a depression. Western development studios are. That's the problem.
A lot of gaming companies in Asia, for example, have been doing great. Last month, FromSoft even announced that they were increasing the average basic salary pay by around 11.8%.
So true.
And what's really funny is that the gaming companies over in Asia that are struggling right now are often the ones that are adopting Western practices like DEI. For example, as I talked about just yesterday, a recent financial report from Square Enix was so bad that it caused a massive sell-off of their stock and the market cap loss of around $350 million. This follows their partnership with Sweet Baby Inc. and their further involvement with practices, as mentioned, like DEI, which you can see them pushing all...
I don't think that's the reason, by the way. I like, that's like maybe like a small percentage. It's probably a single-digit percentage of the reason why.
All over their website. In my coverage, to be fair, I did also mention other issues not related to that. For example, the price of their games and how many people find them to be too costly, among other things.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact still stands that the Western policies they've been adopting certainly don't seem to be helping when other major gaming companies in Asia are not adopting those policies and are seeing extreme success. On top
I
of
think people want to use video games as a form of escapism. And anytime that people feel like the video game that they're playing is, you know, like involving itself with something that removes that escapism, it's going to lower their interest in the game for that reason. And because, like, fundamentally, they can't escape out of the game now because, or escape out of their real life now because they feel like their real life has been put into the game.
that, we can see more evidence of these policies hurting Western companies when you take a look at games like SSK to JL, and how that apparently cost Warner Brothers around $200 million.
Jesus.
Of course, also Concord and the massive loss.
Oh, Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. He probably didn't want to say the words to not get demonetized. I understand. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
That was. And recently, Dragon Age the Veilguard, which, while isn't as disastrous as Concord, seems like they're struggling to even hit break-even point based off all the current metrics. And when I say they...
I think that, I mean, Dragon Age, it's not a terrible game. It's just not a very good game either. It's like just an... it's like... it's fantasy Starfield. Like, honestly, I'd say probably maybe Starfield might have been a little bit better.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just it's a mid game, right? And also,
if somebody tells you that your game is worse, a bit worse than Starfield, then it's very bad.
Like actually
very bad. Such a shit game.
Okay, nobody's played the game. For those of you that have played the game, have you run into the same problem where, like, after you get past like level 20 or like 25 or so, you feel like you're just spamming the same few abilities with, like, you know, hitting bosses or mobs that have like just a ridiculous amount of health? Like the gameplay doesn't really feel dynamic or anything. It's very repetitive. Yeah. Yeah, same blight, same objectives, exactly. And so, like, even if you drill down into the gameplay itself, it really isn't very good.
I'm referring to EA and BioWare, of course. So yeah, returning to that post from this Mike dude, I've seen a lot of people, often corpos, making similar takes to that, where they ignore the real policy issues going on at Western AAA companies, and instead they seem to try and deflect and cover for them. And keep in mind,
another big component for why a lot of people are losing interest in a lot of Western games is because Western games are turning into the same game. It's like basically every single game is the same. Where and it's kind of like how, you know, how movies have turned into like kind of a Marvelization of movies. I think that video games, it's like a Fortniteization, where like after Fortnite's success, I feel like so many other games have tried to emulate that style in multiple ways, and that's caused them to have like a sameness to them. Yeah, the Ubisoft formula, exactly. Yeah.
Are other issues going on at these corporations. For example, their inflated expenses. However, Mike is specifically talking about why people aren't buying their games, which is why I focused on discussing that specific point. And it's really weird how often certain types of people try to ignore how delving into DEI has verifiably caused a negative impact on many game sales. But moving on.
I do think that's a huge problem, is that a lot of developers and journalists try to ignore the problem and hope that it goes away. And, like, you know, here's what's going to happen. You're going to ignore the problem, and it is going to go away. The people are going to leave. That's what's going to happen. And I see this all the time where they're, like, running defense for it and, like, trying to pretend like, oh, yeah, there aren't a lot of people that think this. Well, if you go to the YouTube channel and you look at the amount of people that are responding to this, I do actually think that, like, an official trailer getting a really bad reception on YouTube does absolutely play into people's opinions. And, like, maybe not the super normies, but there probably aren't that many super normies. Like, there's a lot of people that play video games and like playing video games, and they look at YouTube. Like, a lot of people use YouTube. And guess what? They're going to see that, and they're going to scroll down to the comments, and they're going to be like, wow, a lot of people really think this game sucks. I don't want to play it. That's the real reason. I use the show dislike button. If I see 90% dislike ratio, I'm staying away. Yeah, and I think that's a lot of people. So this whole, like, basically I think that there's a lot of, like, game studios that are banking on basically low information gamers instead of low information voters buying their games, even though their games have bad reputations, inside of more invested communities. And I think that's what companies like Ubisoft they're trying to bank on.
We want to talk about the Game Awards. Look at this. It says, according to the official website of the Game Awards, the opinion of the fans counts in the selection of the winners, but the value of the fan vote is much smaller than that of the jury vote. Thus, the jury's decision counts for 90% compared to 10% for the popular vote, aka the fan vote.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier.
Jury vote is right here. Jury includes IGN, Inverse, Jeff Gerstmann Show, Kinda Funny, LA Times, Min Max, PC Gamer, Polygon, VentureBeat, The Verge, Tough Arcade, What's Good Game, Game Rant, NPR, Pride.com, and Variety. So as you can see, most of this list by
Totally represents me as a gamer. Oh yeah. Oh, this is these are the people that are really going to be able to tell me what the best games are.
For sure. Bar has like nothing to do with gaming, but here you go. This is the jury for the Game Awards. I also know that most gamers, like, we don't care about this stuff at all. We don't care about the Game Awards. This is just some corpo nonsense. But it's another example of how lame.
I think people care about it. It's not a big deal. It's like, I mean, who gives a shit at the end of the day? But it does matter. Sure, it matters.
Stuff is, and I thought it would be pretty funny to take a look at. Also hilarious, how Kinda Funny was on this list when just the other day we were talking about Andy Cortez from Kinda Funny and how he went on this giant rant about gamers. He was like so mad that he didn't start doing this rant. But like, you know, they're criticized. Anyways, that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about these topics in the comments. And if you missed the earlier video about 2B and Ubisoft and all that, consider checking that out.
Like, oh my god, it looks so fucking bad. Oh my god, how does it look that bad?
About 2. Hope you enjoyed today's segment. Consider liking and subscribing if you did, and I'll see you in the next one.
I just don't know what to say. What do you think about game dev?
This is a real tweet from Xbox.
What do you think if the panel was game devs instead that aren't being represented? I think that they should make it like, I think it should be a panel vote, but I think that it should be 80-20 with like fans being 80% and the panel being like 20%, somewhere around there. So I do think that there should be like some degree of editorial control that's exercised, but it shouldn't be like a 90-10 against fan voting, right? Yeah, fill up the panel of haters. Yeah, fan-based 100%. I think that's fine, but I feel like fan-based 100%, like, you can do that already. You just look at Steam charts, and the game that has the most people playing it on Steam charts, that's the one that wins, right? Pretty simple. Yeah, like Rotten Tomatoes? Well, I don't know about Rotten Tomato. The fuck is a Rotten Tomato? I'll link you guys the video. I feel like what's happened is that, I can't believe they would tweet this out. You're living in one of the greatest ages right now. And here's the thing, it's really funny because actually I agree with them, but not because of Dragon Age. I feel like there's so many really good games that are coming out all the time now. All the time there's great games that are getting released. And now, like, I feel like it's just, there's so much focus put on the bad games that we never think about the good games.
Yeah, so true. Just
Do you want to know why they over-sexualize the female characters? It's because a lot of the girls like doing that because they think the characters are cute, and it's because the guys want to fuck the characters.
Yes.
Like, it's actually, like, I
yes,
always
of
find
course.
these articles to be very weird because it's just like this open denial of such an obvious reality that every normal person can clearly see, plain as fucking day. But we have to pretend like it's not there.
Femininity inherently evil and sexualized. Through different companies' actions, we're being shown that beauty and beautiful women have no space in modern gaming, that they're just too much. Aside from that, their portrayal of
the reason why I've always thought, and this is like kind of a, like a bad opinion, maybe, but like, I think that the reason why you have this happen is actually not entirely because of women. It's because of men that are like, the way that a lot of men attract attention from women is by being subservient and obedient. And I think that it's like basically by being simps, but like not simps as in like a, oh, nice dress, like, you know, do you need help with, you know, like me getting something from a shelf down, but like, you know, trying to like protect them, etc. Like white knights, basically. And I think a lot of these guys are like closet weirdos. And so they over-exaggerate and they overplay things in order to make it seem like they're an approachable, safe guy to be around for girls. Whereas I think like an average guy, like a normal guy, just is like open and honest about it, and it's not a problem. And I've
Yeah,
seen,
if you treat women like normal people,
I think a lot of these guys
you
have
actually might have one.
because they don't know how to act in a proper way. It's 100% men trying to cater to women so they can get some. Abso-fucking-lutely. Women can pick up that weird energy. They can. They absolutely can. And so it doesn't even really work, but that's why they keep trying it. Honestly, it's a rare trait. Yeah, better than an incel, better an incel than a cuck. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's, I mean,
both suck.
Why be either one, right?
It means to be a strong woman suggests that we need to be able to physically overpower our male opponents. The greatest example of this for me is Abby from The Last of Us 2, who is not only the least relatable female protagonist I've seen in like any game ever, she's also said to be extremely unlikable from the start for what she does to our beloved Joel. The game tries its best to make you sympathize with her by telling you her part of the story, but the combination of her unrealistic build and her actions throughout the game just make me resent her. And yes, it is an
well, people just aren't going to like the character, right? I mean, if you make an ugly, unlikable character, people are going to not like them. It's just crazy how, again, it's like it's a caveman that has to rediscover fire every time a game releases. Of course nobody wants to see that shit. Why would anybody want to see that? Yeah, I didn't play that game. Like, I never even played The Last of Us Part 1. You know, that was in my WoW era, so I never did that. It's trash, still sold like millions. Yeah, because The Last of Us 1... The Last of Us 1 was, like, such a foundational game. It, like, really kind of... It was like a... It was like the proof that you could make a game that was not just, like, a combat game. It was basically like a narrative storytelling game and have it be very good. So yeah, it's the birth of movie games. Yeah, exactly. It was that. It was like basically the I don't know, like the proof of concept for like those types of games.
Build. I'm sorry, but we are in a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she did have access to like top-of-the-line gym equipment in her commune, I doubt that they could ration enough greens and protein for her meal prep to allow her enough time to even get close to that physique. You would need some post-apocalyptic steroids, which sets an unhealthy standard, by the way, to make it make sense.
Right.
But no, the industry thinks I'm an idiot because I'm supposed to say, oh, great, a strong woman, because there's nothing other than huge muscular arms that could mean a strong woman. Going back to an old game, I'll compare Abby to Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. Now, this game originally came out in 2003, and the protagonist is actually more of a tomboy, but she's still very charming, and the game encourages you to find ways other than physical fighting to progress. It has great stealth, she is brave, she wants to expose her government for their evil doings. Just a very likable character and someone that you could root for.
If she's brave, then that's all that matters. That she's like brave, you know.
Brave. Weird that they could do that, right? Speaking of,
they have plenty of. I mean, everybody's gonna sexualize a character. I mean, people sexualize animals. Like, I mean, you're gonna have a person, like, you put a person out there, they're gonna sexualize the character. They sexualize Pokemon. Like, and they even have, like, I mean, there's like the there's like the green Pokemon, there's Lopunny, and there's Vaporeon. There's even like a tier list of sexualized Pokemon. Gardevoir? Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. So, I mean, this is just what's gonna happen. It's not like this is a bad thing. That's just the way it is.
Fuck's sake.
You missed your point? No, I didn't. The point is that, the point that she was making was that the character was made to be attractive, and then it's counterbalanced by people not wanting to be, like, having the character sexualized. Like, a character can be attractive but sexualized. I bet there's plenty of Rule 34 on this character. There is on every character almost that's even mildly attractive, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing.
Characters, let's talk about Concord. Aside from the fact that none of the characters are appealing in any way, and I do mean male or female, they're also just poorly designed. There is no personality to them, no depth. Nothing that would inspire me to, I don't know, want to cosplay.
Fucking Blockstop.
See, I think that's like such a huge, like, baseline. Is like, do you see people that want to dress up as these characters? Absolutely not. That's such a crazy benchmark, and I think it's such a good idea.
I mean, half of them look like they're a ripoff of something that already exists. Sindel from Mortal Kombat has certainly seen better days. You compare these to heroes from other hero shooters, even the free-to-play ones, and you can see that there's a massive difference. Like, these are beloved characters. People have cosplayed these. You know, they're memorable. People that haven't even played the games know who they are, and would likely know them by name as well. Whereas
that's true with Overwatch.
Concourse heroes are at best like 800 V-Bucks Fortnite skins. And you know what? Even Fortnite skins are more functionality than what they do. We know by now that when something like this gets any sort of criticism, people will tell you that it doesn't matter because of the opinion of straight men. So it doesn't count. Which,
yeah, well that's fine. But here's the thing, right? It's like if you want to make a bit like, here's the truth, is that while there are girls that like playing games, I guarantee you that the amount of people that are playing Space Marine 2, it's probably going to be a bunch of guys. It's guys. Like, that's it. It's guys. And I don't think they necessarily have to be straight. I'm pretty sure lots of gay guys think it's badass too. It's like not really, that's like two different spectrums in my opinion. But like, yeah. So if you make a game that's intentionally designed to alienate the largest audience of people that play video games, you're going to have an upward battle when you're trying to sell that game. This is common sense.
By the way, great job ignoring and vilifying.
Yeah, exactly.
I express my opinions and say that I don't like it. I explain the issues that I have with it. I will be told that I'm just being a cute girl, having to demand
Of course.
Exactly. You can't ensure that a woman is incapable of coming to that conclusion on its own without men telling her that that is the way.
Well, of course that's exactly what she said. These are the same people that said the reason why voter ID laws are racist is because black people don't know what the means. They don't know how to use the internet. Like, yeah, no. I mean, like, true. Absolutely, that's the reason. No, go back, watch the VOD. I didn't believe it either. I didn't. Go back, watch the video. You uploaded it yesterday on the Clips channel. It's crazy. It's the same people it is. They're awful. Awful people.
So yeah, instead of arguing with you and getting called a talentless freak,
oh right, this is the
for developers, I'm going to create a new Minecraft world. So as I was saying, beautiful women in gaming seem to be an absolute no-go concept. And we see this in the movie.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to make the characters modern. I think it's actually guys that are pushing it. That's what women want. And the reason why they're pushing it is because they don't know how to act around women. I think that's the real reason. Like, they don't know how to act, they don't know how to treat women, they don't know how to talk to them, etc. Like, it's just like, these are people that think that the way that you talk to women is, like, different than the way that you talk to men in a way. And it's like I don't know, like, I can go on about this for like 30 minutes. About how, like, there's like this user culture of tone policing that's done by people that don't understand how basic interactions are done. Please don't. I'm not gonna go as far into it again. I think I've talked about it before. Probably with picking artists. Yeah, exactly. It's overcorrecting. Yeah, they're like overcorrecting. They're trying to say it in the right way. Very, very weird behavior.
Star Wars Outlaws. It feels like the developers literally went out of their way to diminish this character's looks, especially when you compare her to her face model. Like
no, they didn't. The game was just garbage. Nothing about this game was good. Yeah, no, it actually, I think this was really no, I played it, I tried it myself. No, everything about the game was bad.
Really did her dirty. And in their attempt to make this character less attractive, I actually think that they made her look not human. People don't look like that. Of course, the game is currently receiving backlash for a lot of other things,
don't like it.
Mainly how it feels so unfinished and broken, but aside from how she looks, it's also the fact that developers are held to these quotas at all. So they are pushing for a black or female lead in a Star Wars.
What's this here? We have a Star Wars game on the source of female lead along with review. There was a point in development for Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order where devs were pushing for a black or female lead. Only going to be told no because Ray was the lead for the sequel trilogy. This bizarre reasoning that Star Wars can only have one female lead character led to the creation of Cal Kestis, yet another male character. So who's Kay Bess and why is she important? Kay is already being described as the female Han Solo. You want to know what I think? I think Cal Kestis is a loser. I think he was. I think he was such a loser and annoying. Like, I thought he was such a bitch. Like, Ahsoka was way cooler than he was, number one. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, other characters. Yeah, I just thought he was just, like, such a bland, generic, boring character. I didn't find him interesting at all. Like, I don't know, yeah, I just didn't, like, I didn't find anything interesting about him in any way. He seemed like, you know, insane LP. Yeah, he just seemed like, you know, drawn to Star Wars. I don't know, like, that's really about, like, I felt that way with a lot of the characters in that story, at least playing through the second game. I just thought that it was so, just like, look, it was just, it sucked. Like, I don't know what you said, it sucked. This is boring, yeah, it was like generic, like, yeah.
Game. Now, what this tells me is that the character and the story don't matter as much as their identity. So this is why we're no longer getting well-written and actually interesting, strong female leads in games. Women have become parts of the You can sort of see this in the kind of criticism that games that go against the current are receiving as well, like Black Knight Wukong. An issue that some reviewer had was that they didn't come across as female characters in the beginning of the game. Now, there are female characters in the game, but if you don't meet them straight away, that is bad for some people.
I don't know. I thought this was the biggest self-report of games journalists that we've had in years. Because, like, there's a lot of female characters in the game, but they don't appear until later in the game. So it means that whenever they review the game, they didn't play the whole game. Like that, like, it's obvious, right? Like, that's such a huge self-report.
We're not letting the developers tell a story how they want to tell it, how it's meant to be told. We need to dictate how they're telling these stories to be our standards. In the year 2000, 24 years ago, Diablo 2 came out. Now, this was years before we had any of these new ideas. The game's opening act centers around women who were forced to leave their monasteries because of the demon queen. These women are warriors themselves, or rogues, first capable of having weapons. But they do seek the hero's help, which can be male or female, depending on the class, as they are being overrun by the corrupted systems. The first mini-boss is a callback to one of the main bosses in Diablo 1. Then we have the Town Test, which is a really clever historical reference to the battery for one of the most prolific serial killers of all time. Now, this fits the world perfectly, and above all, it's just great. Finally, you face my favorite boss in the game, the Maiden of Anguish. I go back to Diablo 2 all the time because it feels like actually part of like a really dark, interesting story.
I think the problem, like, if you want to dial it in, I think the problem is that when you try to dial in stories that are from old games, the stories feel like they're made with like an intrinsic sense of creativity. And I think that now all stories are made with like a lot of like baggage, right? Where it's like you can't show certain things, you can't have certain types of interactions, and like there's so many guardrails that are put on video games now that I think that it creates a point where the immersion just simply isn't there. Yeah, there's like a lot of cultural baggage to the games, and I think that's why games like Black Knight Wukong, or, you know, I can think of like 10 other games that are made the same way, are like a breath of fresh air in a way, because you can do whatever you want. Dragon Age Origins really felt immersive. Yeah, it's like you can't get immersed in a game when you're constantly being reminded, like through like very subtle character interactions, that these interactions are being done in a way to like reinforce a societal norm or a cultural expectation. Like when I start seeing that in games, it starts to get very like, I stop believing that I'm in a fantasy world. Does that make sense? Like, I stop thinking that I'm actually in a fantasy world, and I start thinking, like, oh yeah, I forgot, like, these people make these games have this viewpoint. It's cumbersome? Yeah, it is.
None of it feels forced. The characters don't appear to have been added for the sake of any quotas or checked boxes, and it's all very natural and organic. I know in the past there were, of course, games that had, say, over-the-top depictions with female characters, and an example that is often brought up is Mortal Kombat 9. The thing about this is, everything in Mortal Kombat is historical.
Well, you've also got to think about if you go to cosplaying stuff like this. Like, what do you think girls don't want to be attractive? What? Wait, it's again, it's a caveman rediscovering fun.
Over the top. Like, we're talking literally pulling someone's spine out or feeding their screaming back to them. I don't know, I made that one up, but I wouldn't be surprised if you do it. Like, a whole rating system had to be created because of these things. So, really, I don't know if I would see it as like a valid complaint. Like, it's there, I get it, but also...
Well, it's retarded. You have a game where you can pull people's head off with their spine intact. You can pull their throat out. You can cut them in half. The moment that you have a character with anything larger than a teacup, this is somehow over the line. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What's going on here? Like, where's the priority? This is crazy. And she's not even real. It's not even a real character. It's not a real person. It's like, and I think this is what's so crazy, right? Is like, for me, as like, and I don't even think I'm a normal guy. I think I'm very much a weirdo. But like, do you remember that one post that people made of like that girl that like some guy took a picture of this girl, and like the girl was really hot, and I was like, this is weird because it's a real person. And like people are like, yeah, that's true. It's like, I don't know about you guys, but like, am I the only person that can obviously tell the difference between, oh wow, this is weird because it's a real person and consent isn't being offered, versus, oh, it's a video game character, of course she's got big boobs. It's obvious, right? Like, I mean, I'm not crazy, am I? Any normal person can any normal person. Yes. Like, I don't understand where we're coming from. Many guys don't understand consent. Many guys don't understand consent. Honestly, I think the answer to that is yes. I've had a lot of female friends over the years. And I think that a lot of them don't really understand consent very well. Not fully wrong. Yeah. The problem is that consent, it's definitely a problem. If you mean by men by raw numbers, I think that the majority of men do understand it, but I think that there's like, I don't know if it's like a double-digit percentage, but I know that like just based off of like girls' experiences online, almost every girl has had a problem with like some guy who doesn't understand what consent is. Don't understand it. Yeah. It's a self-control issue, not a consent issue. I think it's a Venn diagram. And like, yeah, if you want to talk about that, like, I don't know. But I do think it's a huge issue. Where it's like, I don't know, I feel like sometimes when we have these conversations about topics like this, I feel like I'm doing like that meme where it's like Hitler's bad and everybody's like, yeah, true, like, that, like, can we get an element of that from slavery? You know, like, I feel like I'm making these like statements that are like just so obvious, but it's like huge amounts of people don't really understand it at all, right? Some men don't understand consent, it's that some men don't care. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I had to explain what rape was to a 34-year man the other day. It was insane to stop that. So it was okay. I mean, I think if you hook up with somebody and they hook up. I think it's like it's extremely nuanced, but it's probably not, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, hooking up with somebody, like, let's not try to muddy the waters with, like, actual real rape, right? Like, you're talking about, like, you know, like, violent stuff. Like, that's totally different. Yeah, drunks, yeah, having drunk sex is not rape. And this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Where it's you have people that, I've said this before, people that are profoundly weird losers that have no friends are trying to dictate the rules of engagement for society. This is a huge problem. That's what I think.
It is what it is. However, in the modern industry, we're sort of going in the complete opposite direction, and it's honestly doing more harm than good. Truthfully, and this is coming from a female gamer who is supposedly the audience for these new games. Right. I would much rather watch paint dry than pay for this shit. Or Level of Warriors to 60 WoW content, which is effectively the same thing. The main content on my channel has been centered around Elder Scrolls games, mainly Morrowind and Oblivion, which are both almost 2 decades old. And in 2024, I was able to grow a channel from 0 to where we are now, because I am not the only person who is so stuck on these old games. One of my personal feelings and reasons why I feel like modern gaming has just forgotten about old games in the name of supposedly improving more, but different people have different reasons for sticking to the old process. A recent controversy which most of us probably heard of was the showcase of an Assassin's Creed game that is based in Japan. We have Japanese gamers coming out and saying they don't get it. It's offensive. There's a petition out there to cancel the release of this game in Japan. Why? Because the game's protagonist is a foreigner that gets to whoop Japanese people up and down the block. Tell me why in Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah, it's weird. I can see how as a Japanese person, I probably would find it weird too. As I said with the game, I think that when Assassin's Creed comes out, the story will not even be in the top 10 problems of the game. Because we're going to have, obviously, like, frame dropping issues, computer, PC, compatibility problems, day one glitches, save file corruption, quests being super linear, like NPCs being able to see you through walls. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, this will not even be in the top 10 of problems when this game comes out. If Star Wars Outlaws is any sort of problem. You gonna play it? Absolutely not. I mean, to be honest, like, I think it's going to be really fucking funny to play as Yusuke and have a giant fucking mace and just smash samurai like fucking like like I don't know, like King Kong or something. It'd be fucking awesome. Yes, absolutely.
My god, King Kong.
It's not even a question. Yeah, Unga Bunga, exactly.
We have a Native American guy in America in Assassin's Creed 3. We have a French protagonist in France. Why not a Japanese protagonist in Japan? Japanese gamers don't relate to this at all, and some of them haven't been highlighted other enough recently, which are disrespectful to their culture and country, shows a huge lack of research from the developer side, but I guess their opinion doesn't matter because probably a straight man told them to think that way. I feel like it's a real shame that there's this awkwardness, or it can be seen as controversial, because if we're not going to get to talk about this, we are.
The reason why is because we get the conversation about it. Is that you don't listen to like average and reasonable people, because average and reasonable people usually just get pushed out of the conversation because they don't want to deal with people that are crazy. So you have somebody who gives like a negative take on something, and people get upset about that because they're not. And what happens, and this is like a big problem in my country that I run into, and I think that a lot of is it right? It's called a large black man King Kong. That's not. See, I think that's like a really good example of. This is, I think, like this super good example of what I'm talking about. How like games are afraid of things like this. Everybody knows that I'm not calling black. Everybody knows that. But there's these like really weird mores that people have in culture that like everybody is like super afraid of accidentally saying one of these because everything is being, people are trained to take things in the most, like the worst way possible, and then interpret them that way, right? It's like people turn super silly. It's not about being soft. It's about people are waiting for you to say something and to create some form of thing. And that way they take it the most offensive way possible. Nobody's thinking about this. Nobody's thinking about it. It's a crazy way to look at it. But I think that this is the example of how like video games and culture and language is like contrived in a way because people are afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing for some reason. You see kind of the way that I'm talking about this? Like, I think this is actually a great example of what I'm talking about. About how like games are like they're constantly worried about accidentally stepping into these like mistakes. But the truth is that every normal person knows that that's not what's happening. Why would that happen? That's crazy. It's perfect timing? Yeah. Automatic bad faith? Well, what I'm saying is that like these bad faith people are the ones that are, and I'm not like, I know you're probably just joking around, you think it's funny, but like the issue is that there's enough people that don't think it's funny for it to be an issue. So people are saying, and like they're like people are always walking on eggshells around having conversations around these people because they're worried that like something that they say that's totally innocuous could be turned into something that's obviously really bad. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know. I'm just I think that honestly those can still say no on a guy to try to figure out stuff. Victoria mentioned, I don't think this person is problematic. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Like I don't think it's wrong. Yeah, it's a chatter. Yeah, that's okay. But like all I'm saying is like that's the joke equals banning. Well, I'm not banning him. I'm just saying like what I'm getting at is that people are constantly conditioned into thinking inside of these like weird social mores. And I think that we have so many of them that like because games are afraid of having that happen, the entire culture of gaming is contrived in a way to not accidentally violate one of these mores. I think that's what happens.
Forever, we'll continue having
and that was a good, that's an example, right? Language minefield, yeah, exactly.
Failed projects in the future. Lots of people losing their jobs. Said failed projects. This brings me to the Elder Scrolls 6. I'm at a point where I don't know if I even want them to go there anymore because by today's standards, there is just so much to keep going on. A few months ago, I came across this really
I mean, I'm kind of like, I never really liked a lot of the old Elder Scrolls games. We always loved those games. But like, I thought Starfield was very much like it was the most aggressively mediocre game I've ever played.
See, hot take.
Yeah.
Just said it.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now, I did a full response to that video on my TikTok account when it came out, so I will leave it in the description of this video if you want to see that, but in short, I said the depiction does not equal endorsement. I'm seeing that
well,
we're starting.
It's also that, and this is the other issue, and this is what I was talking about before, about how people constantly want to make sure that their media reflects real world values. So you can't have somebody who's like effectively a conquistador that has any sort of real values. So you have to create characters that are one-dimensional because the stories and the people that are afraid of writing a character that's likable and interesting without it being like appealing to like, you know, the wrong group of people. And I think like a really good way to like compare this is like you can look at that Senator Armstrong, right? From like Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. This guy was fucking awesome. And he was charismatic. He said funny shit. He was a badass, but he was a bad guy, right? So like, I think back then it was easier to write villains because people could like understand the nuance. But now when we live in a world where like everything is like intentionally misunderstood in order to like get angry about it, people are too afraid to write a character with nuance.
Have a real problem with media literacy. Like it's non-existent. But just because a particular topic is discussed in any piece of media, it is suddenly endorsed, it is shown as a good point. This girl gave many examples of depictions of racism in Skyrim, like when you can see the Nords ganging up on a dark elf in Windhelm and harassing her, referring to her race as the Grey Skins, which is an attempt at a slur. But lest we forget...
That's what it is. That's exactly right. Like, the game's meant to simulate reality. People are... That's the whole point. Yeah, dumb. Like, it's crazy. Like, yeah, obviously. It's a fantasy story, and that's just the way that people... Like, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, that the Dark Elves of Morrowind are not too fond of Outlanders themselves, or anyone, as they call them. You see, Skyrim is an already incredibly diluted game when it comes to heavy and difficult topics compared to its predecessors, right? I'm pretty sure that regardless of your race in the game, you may see slight dialogue differences, but you still have equal opportunities for progression throughout the game. It doesn't really change your journey much, whereas in Morrowind, based on your race, you actually have a different disposition with different races. So, I guess you can call that.
And you can see that, like, why do you think they're doing stuff like that? I think a big reason is because it's not, like, you could say that it's for a design reason, but whenever I see that, I think to myself, this is probably for, like, a cultural reason. You know, like, this is some sort of, like, they don't want to have it where, like, the game is reinforcing racism or something like that. Story version, yeah. It seems too safe, yeah. Now, I think there's probably an element of both. But I think this is the other problem that a lot of Western studios have had, is that Western studios have lost the trust of the audience to be able to write stories that include characters that are outside of, like, the norm, that are doing so in an authentic way. So, for example, I think there's a lot of Japanese games and games that are made in Asia that cover topics like this, and they cover things like racism or slavery or things like that, where they have a character that has, like, an undefined gender, etc. But people don't do it in the same way because there's a sense that that character was created with a creative vision in mind, rather than the character being created for the goal of filling a checkbox. And I think that's the difference. And it can actually be the same type of game, but it's just that people in the Western culture simply no longer trust developers now and designers and the companies to make games that are authentic. And so you can have the same thing happen, but the authenticity is just simply not there.
This is built into the game, but it's just a realistic depiction of how different people would react to Outlanders in their home. Not only that, Morrowind deals with the very heavy topic of slavery. The player, while having the option to free slaves, can just as easily not help, and in some cases, in Skyrim, there really isn't an action that you can take that compares to that. In fact, the way in which these racist examples...
Exactly. This is exactly the this is a perfect fucking example. So, back in the day, this is a great example of World of Warcraft. In WoW, you used to have a thing called Slave Demons, and they changed the name to Subjugate Demons. There are little things like that that I call, like, mining canary problems that don't really mean a lot by themselves, but they're an indicator of what's to come. And you know what came after that? Right.
Presented are meant to make you feel sorry for the person being harassed and not the other way around. It's Skyrim, as I've said, is already a more diluted version of events, and is still causing such a stir with these people. What can we expect from the next installment of the Elder Scrolls? Because unfortunately, these are the kind of people that are going to listen. So we expect anything. Aren't we better off just replaying a religion for the brilliant time instead of expecting, like, a complex and interesting story?
You're not going to have a complex and interesting story come out of any of these development studios because a lot of the people that are part of these studios are boring, middle-class, privileged white people that are not, like, their mental illnesses are not bugs, right? It's like you can pretty much assume Kojima's got a few screws loose, but they make the game more exciting. And I think that there's a lot of developers that have a few screws loose, but it makes the games more exciting. But these people are just, like, boring like crazy. Yeah, Kojima's crazy and it's good. Yeah, there's other people that are crazy and it's just boring, right? The Kanye effect. Yeah, Kanye West, look at him, right? And so it's like Kanye, somebody said that you know, Kanye West mind controlled them into stealing a car, and half the people in the comments were like, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it happened, right? And like, I know half, like 90% of them are joking, but 10% weren't. 10% definitely weren't. Like, I don't know, guys. Is Todd Howard boring or crazy? I don't know. I think that I've always felt that Bethesda games, and this might upset her because she's a big fan of them, I've always thought that they were the most painfully boring games in existence. Like, I just think, I think everything about them is so flaccid. There's no, like, and I felt this way with Oblivion. I never played Morrowind, to be fair, so I don't know that. But like with Oblivion, I felt that way, absolutely. It just felt like very flaccid and weak. Their best RPG genres? Yeah, no, I understand it, but like, I think that's why you don't see that happen. So you shouldn't expect them to try to cover complex topics, because they're too afraid of making real-world parallels that could be perceived in a way that could be bad. That's why.
Next game. I'm also worried about the incessant attempts at monetization after you've already purchased the game, or if you're paying some sort of subscription.
Starfield, I think, had early access. Yeah.
I don't know about anyone else, but when I go into a game and I scroll to a page in the title screen where I'm seeing euro signs everywhere, it just takes me out of it. Not to mention how some...
It does, and this is something that Yoshi P, he's the main guy for the creative director, or like, main guy, game designer, game manager for Final Fantasy 14. He even said this explicitly, that he didn't want the score to be in the game because it takes people's immersion out of the game when they see things for real money. I think he's totally focused on it. Absolutely.
Companies just take it way too far. Like, Blizzard's greed in adding the level 60 boost to TBC Classic ruined TBC for me and for many others. Now, I know Elder Scrolls 6 isn't going to be an MMO, but they will likely...
I can understand why she says that, because, like, I think there's a level of nostalgia. Because, like, for me, it didn't really ruin Burning Crusade, but it... Like, the WoW token for me, whenever it came out in Classic WoW, it felt to me like it was like, I'm no longer playing Classic WoW now that you have level boosting and you're able to buy WoW tokens. And I just kind of like lost my interest in like continuing to play the game. And obviously wiping an Old War hard modes over and over because somebody can't turn around. Yeah, that was another reason. But it was a confluence of events. It's retail light? Yeah, it is. They missed the leveling as a point? Yeah, Classic WoW was the best MMO and every other expansion below. If Classic WoW is an S, nothing else is even an A.
Try to continue monetizing the game long after you've purchased it, and I don't mean overpriced DLC. If the next Elder Scrolls game is just gonna give our beloved franchise a bad name, honestly, I'd rather not have it at all. Keep it a mystery, and I'll just keep playing my old games. And that's it. This is me coming back after 2 months with my boomer takes. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I do apologize for being gone for so long. I couldn't have predicted it this time around, but I'm hopefully here to stay right now. And yeah, if you enjoyed the video, leave me a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next video. Be seeing you. Bye.
So I think that she's right about pretty much everything. I do. Like, I'm really glad that I watched this. I'll link it to you guys right now. This is a great video. I've never seen her videos before. Angel Katosh, I think that's how to say it. I don't really know how to pronounce it. No, it was a very good video. And I think really, like, link it? Yeah, there's the video right there. And it's definitely a big thing. Like, what is this? Chat's so weird. Oh yeah, no, I mean, some people obviously make weird comments, etc. But like, that's really about it. She's very level-headed. Yeah, she does. And you're at the topic of the RPG Outward. No, I haven't. But one of the issues that I've seen happen is she made a video based on Akatosh, a god in Skyrim. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it now. That makes sense. But yeah. And somebody banned? No, I hate people that spam the V thing, and so I just permaban all of them. Like, I have a very, I have a very easy policy. Do something annoying, be obnoxious, instant perma. That's just the way it is. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying. And so, yeah, there you go. But I do think that there's, like, an issue where I think that Western developers do not simply have they don't have the ability to experience escapism, because you have people like that girl talking about like how Skyrim reinforces like colonialism, like this kind of stuff. Where is it?
That said this.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now,
Yeah, exactly. And like, so this is the kind of stuff that, you know, people like this listen to. And that's really what the issue is. Wait, they're all confused. Yeah, exactly. And said a lot of very good takes. Basically, you said it's not a lot of fun to play mentality, which is super respectable. Yeah, well, I think what happens is that people play video games to get away from real life. So when they see video games that are reflecting real life principles or real life like worries, and they can kind of tell, it's like once you see the man behind the machine and you can see that, oh, well, these characters are being added and this interaction is created this way because of like the genders of the characters. I think that really kind of rolls back the curtain and people can see that, and then the escapism is no longer like it's shattered. Yeah, the escapism is gone, right? And I think that's what happens more than anything. Yeah, but why do we listen to retards always complaining about stuff? Well, if it's why do we listen to those people? Oh, the reason why people listen to them is that they're afraid of being called a bad word, and the reason like they don't want to be called racist. And the problem with that is that I don't know about you guys, but like I know I'm not racist. Like I know I'm not. I know I don't hate women. I'm not some kind of like weird like gay hater or something like that. So I have no problem talking about this stuff.
Hello.
And so if people call me these words, like everybody knows it's not true that actually watches the content. So it's just bullshit, right? Nobody takes it
Piece
seriously.
of shit.
But for a lot of other people, I think that they're very insecure about that and they're afraid of it. And being called these bad words is something that they're like hyper afraid of. So they don't want to take any risks, and they do whatever they're told because they don't want to be categorized as this kind of a person. I think that's what happens. You see kind of what I'm saying? Like gay hater? Yeah, like homophobe or like whatever else it is, right?
That was cheap shit.
Sad but true. Games become too realistic. It's putting a dampening effect on creativity. Yeah, and I think that like the biggest problem with it is that the dampening effect that's happening on creativity is something that happens as an effect of it's basically, it's such a disingenuous reason too. That's, I think, the problem. It's that everybody knows that this really isn't the reason, but you're pretending like it is and getting mad about it anyway, so you can get attention. And I think that's what really frustrates a lot of people. They'll just say it's a dog whistle instead. Oh yeah, no, and that's fine, right? But like, all I'm saying is that I think this is one of those issues where a lot of those kinds of games have this problem, right? Like many games have this problem where it's like, I think that the games are constantly they're being designed in a way that are, let me think a good way to put this. They're being designed in a way that makes them reinforce a real world view. They're afraid to be shamed. It's weird psychology. Yeah, I think that people are so afraid to be shamed, they're willing to give up anything and everything that they believe in order to avoid that because of the friction and how upsetting and stressful it is for them. Like, that's really what I think happens more than anything. Oversensitivity is the core issue. Well, it's also the fact that, like, being called something like that can also, like, really damage a person's career or, like, where they are in the, like, their job or something like that, like, where they are in the world, right? I think that's another factor, too, of course. Why most AAA games have no soul.
What is happening to the studios we love? How can they make some of the greatest games of all time
Fire the activists
and turn around
Simple.
and just make disappointment
Fire them,
after
make good better games.
It felt like the end of AAA games, but then Elden Ring came out.
Yep. Wait, am I in the picture? Oh, okay, all right, good, I am. I thought I was about to get, like, just taken out. All right, I was about, oh, man.
Why is Elden Ring such a breath of fresh air when most other AAA games feel copy-pasted? And why did this game cause so much controversy?
Elden Ring is Game of the Year? The game is man.
To answer these questions...
To be fair, that guy speedruns the game. So yeah, he hates it probably more than Quantum does.
We first need to understand that when Elden Ring came out, the game defied everyone's expectation. Elden Ring sold 12 million copies in the first 2 weeks.
No hits again.
Even Miyazaki the mastermind behind Elden Ring, was surprised by the success. And to put the sales into context, Elden Ring at release was on pace to sell the same amount of copies as some of the best-selling open-world games of the last decade. GTA 5, Skyrim, and Breath of the Wild. I mean, if you really think about it, Elden Ring should not have been performing as well as these other games. Don't get me wrong, Elden Ring is an incredible game, but most FromSoft games are pretty niche and usually target...
They're extremely niche, and they also don't have a bunch of like established IP, like Legend of Zelda or Grand Theft Auto. Like, boomers know what Legend of Zelda or Grand Theft Auto is. They don't know what Dark Souls is.
Or hardcore and advanced player base. By nature, FromSoft games shouldn't sell as much as Zelda or GTA. But this time, Elden Ring did. Why? What was different about Elden Ring, and what set it apart from other FromSoft games? The answer? Nothing real. Yes, Elden Ring was
good.
World, so unlike other Souls games, you could avoid certain bosses and areas. Yes, the lore was some of the best I'd ever seen in a game. The world was so immersive that I don't think I could ever find everything in the mysterious world of the lands between. Seriously, Elden Ring is a masterpiece. Go play this game. But I would argue that almost every FromSoft game is a masterpiece too. And just like the other Souls games, Elden Ring still targets a hardcore player base. And the gameplay is still punishing as hell. So why...
Elden Ring is a fucking joke. All of the games except for maybe Sekiro are a fucking joke. If you're having trouble in Elden Ring on a boss...
Shut the fuck up,
ding,
Osmond. I've seen you.
Fucking hats.
I've seen you with the Impaler.
Yes, almost. Yeah, get good.
Then is Elden Ring capturing a much larger chunk of the gaming market. There is a huge demand for high-quality AAA games.
Oh,
Not
absolutely.
much of a supply. I mean, imagine you're at a restaurant and you have a hankering for some steak, but they're out of stock.
Okay.
All they have left is some burnt scraps of cooked steak they can shovel onto a plate, or you can get a delicious
Seems good to me.
ham with a sweet honey drizzle.
Oh,
so although you wanted a steak, you choose the honey-baked ham because the steak scraps just aren't edible. This is the AAA
Yeah, they are.
we are in right now. Millions of
What the
gamers
hell do you mean?
piss poor options, praying to Gabe, the god of Steam, to give them anything fun and exciting. It doesn't matter what genre, as long as it's good. Just give us something edible and satisfying. So when Elden Ring came out and the world saw how amazing this game was, people who were originally intimidated by Souls games looked at Elden Ring and said, screw it, let's try it out.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that came in and they started playing it because of this. And I think this also happened on a much lesser extent with Demon Souls. The reason why Demon Souls might have been more accessible is that Demon Souls is a joke of a game. It's very easy to play, easy to beat, but also it required having a PS5. And you know, I think there's like 700 and something people in the world with the PS5 right now. So you know, limited audience there. PS3, I am looking at a clip of the remastered version of Demon Souls. I am not talking about PS3, I am talking about PS5.
Nothing else to play. So like the guy choosing the ham over the burnt steak, I would argue that Elden Ring's meteoric success is not only a byproduct of how good the game is, but because there's such a small supply of AAA titles right now. Elden Ring really is the best option on the menu. However, like every industry, there will be people who hate or love something purely because of its
fucking revive again. Oh my god.
Oh, bro, I'm so tired of that. Like people that hate games, hate things because they're popular.
Surprising this time, many of the people who hate Elden Ring are developers at other studios.
I wonder why.
By Elden Ring's success.
Developer who said, Elden Ring's UX is so bad that I can only imagine FromSoft's devs smoking at their desks and using CRT monitors.
I guess these developers felt that the game violated certain tenets of game development, and by violating these rules of development, Elden Ring didn't deserve its success. Why would these devs be so angry about Elden Ring's success? Who cares if Elden Ring didn't follow the rules?
I can see why the devs would be mad, because most of the time whenever people talk about Elden Ring being good, people are like, man, it's not like those other games. Those other games are fucking garbage. Elden Ring is good compared to that other game that's garbage. So yeah, it's because they're being compared with it and they're being told their game is garbage. It makes sense that they're not going to be happy about that.
Game development. It's not like Elden Ring's success.
Stop living.
Mostly. I can see why developers at Guerrilla Games were upset. Elden Ring released only 1 week after Horizon Forbidden West, so you could say that Elden Ring
Boat guy,
overshadowed
where
the
is
hype
boat guy?
on Horizon. So Horizon possibly didn't perform as expected. The reason is petty, and in no way Elden Ring's fault, but at least I can see where the frustration comes from.
There you go.
Why were Ubisoft devs so upset? None of their sales were affected by the release of Elden Ring. Now, remember, these were only a few people and not the whole studio who were angry at Elden Ring. However, the response from gamers to not only these devs, but Ubisoft as a whole.
Well, I think also, like, a lot of this is, like, I mean, I'm sure that Ubisoft makes plenty of good games that are fine, and I haven't played one of their games for quite a while, so I can't really say. But yeah, I'm sure they probably make good games sometimes. No?
Oh.
Maybe I should play one. Maybe I should play one and really find out for myself.
Showed us something really interesting. Gamers are tired of playing the same thing. We are tired of the formulaic nature of Ubisoft and most other AAA games.
Sure, yeah. It has a satisfying shooter-looter game loop, the graphics are great, the mechanics are well planned and executed, and the story's acceptable. Well, yeah. It's exactly the same as all other Ubisoft games. It's just another copy-paste.
You see, every user interface, every store, and every game looks relatively the same. We notice. It's like...
I love how you can look at, like, the one thing that you will always be able to understand. You won't be able to understand the character menu, you won't be able to understand the game menu, you won't be able to understand what's happening on the screen, but goddamn, you will fucking understand immediately what the battle pass is, and if there's a gacha system, you're gonna see, okay, this is the current banner, this is the basic banner, this is the, you know, the special, like, promotional banner, okay, these are the modifiers that increase the banner characters, okay, yep, and then there's your 2 currencies, you need to buy with your 3rd currency, and then you buy your 3rd currency with your 4th currency, but you can also buy the 3rd currency with this currency from the store, and then you use that currency that you buy with your real currency, and then there's an exchange rate of 1 to 100, but if you buy $100 at a time, you get 20% off with your first purchase, so it's actually about, yeah.
Each piece of art is theoretically different, but somehow feels and functions exactly the same. So when the first 2 Assassin's Creed games came out, they felt new, exciting. Running around the Holy Land of Rome, leaping off buildings, sneaking or hiding in hay bales, it was unique. But now, you can clearly tell the difference between Assassin's Creed gameplay and every other Ubisoft game. Ubisoft thinks if they just change the era and location of each game, we won't notice.
Well, it clearly is true that people don't notice because you just posted their sales figures, and it seems like people don't notice. So, like, let's keep that in mind. Number 2, I think that one of the reasons why these companies choose safe options is the same reason why we get a new Spider-Man movie every year. It's or a new Transformers movie or something like that. It's because everybody knows Spider-Man will sell. Transformers will sell. It works. And a lot of these companies have massive amounts of money riding on these investments, and they can't afford to have an L. That's the real reason.
I mean, one has knives and one has guns, right? But just like hotel art, they may look different, they don't feel any different. It's the same game with a new coat of paint. This reason is why Ubisoft devs reacted the way they did. They have been taught that to make a successful game, you need to follow a formula. So when a studio like FromSoftware makes Elden Ring without the formula, and it's incredibly successful, it infuriates developers who have had their creativity restricted and pushed into a box. Now, these devs who criticize FromSoft should take full responsibility for what they said in a public forum. However, I also blame AAA studios like Ubisoft.
I get so mad about people that put out a hot take on the internet and then they get mad whenever people respond to it.
Yeah, it's
like,
so stupid.
Bro, whenever I tweet something out and I get a bunch of hate for it, I don't cry about this. Like, yes, it might annoy me because I think they're wrong, and I'll vent about it. I'll be like, oh, these guys are so fucking stupid, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I'm getting harassed. No, like, people disagree. That you're not it's a discussion, it's a disagreement. What's wrong with people, man? Stop talking if you don't want people to talk back.
Forcing their teams to create unimaginative copycats of the previous 10 games. We can get mad at a few devs all we want. The real problem comes from the Ubisoft's executives choosing to be formulaic. But why are the leaders of Ubisoft and other AAA studios hell-bent on producing the same type of game? Why force your devs to work on the 100th Assassin's Creed?
Oh my god. I know what that is. That's the bird from Dark Souls 1. And he's on a computer. Bro, why is he on a why is a bird on a flat screen computer? Oh my god. Like, that's a
Creed, and they want to work on something new and exciting. The answer? Stability and money.
Yep,
this may be obvious to everyone, but milking an IP over and over again is the easiest way to make money as an entertainment company.
I mean, they've resold Skyrim 10 times over the last 10 years.
The reason why we've had a new Call of Duty 19 years in a row, and also why...
Whoa, motherfuckers!
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. This is the second version of Modern Warfare 2. That's right. And it also includes Warzone 2. The popular sequel to the popular game called Warzone that was a big favorite in 2020.
22 top 20 best-selling games are all existing IP or sequels.
Let me see. 20. Existing IP, well, obviously, like number 2, Elden Ring is not. Let's see, FIFA, yep, I'd say so. Man.
Best-selling games are all existing IP or...
I would argue that Sonic Frontiers is unique enough to probably not be counted. Sonic is an existing IP, and so categorically he's right by saying this. But I think Sonic Frontiers... the reason... Okay, listen to why I'm saying this. It's because the premise for Sonic Frontiers is a completely open-world game, and it is something that Sonic has never tried before. It's a new avenue of video games.
The same fucking dodge.
You see kind of what I'm saying? It's an open-world game, yeah. Yes, they have. But it's still Sonic. Okay, so like in my mind, I think that whenever a game deviates enough from what its original premise was, it effectively becomes a new game. Even though it's not a new game, it effectively becomes one. That's how I see it. He's saying IP? No, I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, in functionality, I think Sonic Frontiers is more unique. Like, okay. Can we agree that FIFA 2022 is about the same as FIFA 2023, much more so than Sonic Frontiers was about the same as the previous Sonic game? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. That's it. Please just come on, and you can say that with any of these other ones.
Sequels, except for Elden Ring. Seriously, look at this. Elden Ring is the only game on here that is a new IP.
Categorically
What's
accurate.
Even more crazy
True.
about this list is that 2 of the top 20 games are a new IP. What's even more crazy...
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I wonder who the guy was that was like, okay, guys, I know you're gonna laugh, but bear with me here. We release Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 again. Well, what are we gonna call it? All right.
22.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. That guy right now, youngest junior vice president at the company. Made him a lot of money.
About this list is that 2 of the top 20 games were Call of Duty games, and 3 of them were sports sequels, which are notorious for being the exact same as their predecessor.
Well, no, they're not the same because they changed the numbers on the jerseys. What do you mean?
About these games being sold as copycats all we want, but we're the ones buying these soulless games in droves. And for companies to
they put gambling sponsors in it.
Come up with brand new games and IP is risky. So studios will make sequels for as long as possible if we keep buying them. Yeah. So I don't ever see studios not making sequels when we buy them year after year. That said, there is a negative effect on your brand when you don't release something new or innovative. Think about it. What is one of your favorite games? Remember when that game was released and how you felt about the developer of that game.
Yeah.
Pretty good, right? Then think about that specific developer's most recent games. How do those new games compare with your favorite game? And how do you...
I mean, I feel like it's like From Software, obviously I'm very happy about. With Blizzard, I like Dragonflight, and I actually like Overwatch 2. Weird situation there. With Nintendo, I feel like Nintendo takes so many shots, they miss a lot of their shots, but I'm actually really looking forward to playing Sonic Frontiers. I haven't played it yet. I'm going to play through the whole thing.
How do you feel about that developer now? Probably not great. For me, it was Blizzard and Warcraft 3. This game made Blizzard my favorite developer, and I wouldn't allow a bad word to be said about them. But now, Blizzard has released cash grab after cash grab, not to mention everything else they have done. And I can't help but look at Blizzard.
Well, they did. You got to keep that in mind. And done is also past tense as well, so, you know, minor nitpick there. I mean, there's no evidence that there's any sexual weird stuff happening at the offices. And there's no way it could happen because in Preach's video, nobody was at the office. Problem solved. Wow, we don't have any more problems of sexual harassment. Yeah, because nobody's there. There we go. Totally issue solved.
Disappointment. A bad game happens sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But Blizzard hasn't made a good game since 2016 with Overwatch. Not to mention they somehow butchered Warcraft 3 with the...
I would argue that I actually think that I think Dragonflight is a good game. I also think that Legion in a lot of ways was ultimately a good game. And I would even go as far to say that I think Overwatch 2 is a good game. That's right. I will say it right now. Right now. And by the way, while we're on the topic, why the fuck does every other fucking person get sponsored to play Overwatch 2 except me? And I'm the only person that goes out of my way to defend it. What a bunch of shit that is, huh?
The release of Reforged.
Can't believe it.
I just can't imagine defending Blizzard anymore. The Blizzard brand has fallen from one of the greatest video game developers to a company that is compared to EA. But as we saw with Blizzard in the beginning, the opposite...
I feel like that's also, like, there's a certain amount of, like, gamer circle jerking that's happening there. Because, like, EA, it's in the game. Bro, people love Madden. People love these games. Like, try to step outside of your fucking little box and realize that there are a bunch of people that buy the new game every year and they love the new game because they like playing those games. It might not be popular on YouTube commentary, but just because you're not the target audience doesn't mean the game is bad. It's like whenever I go and I watch some, you know, like that, you know, like weird, like fashion dress-up game on like the Nintendo Direct. I'm not the target audience for that game, okay? I'm pretty sure I'm not. But guess what? Somebody else is, and they might like it. Yeah, like most mobile games. Yeah, exactly. Like people are just so, yeah, FIFA's massive. Yeah, FIFA's huge. Huge bad take, Asmon. Explain to me why that is a bad take. FIFA and those sports games for normies anyway. Yes, they are. That's who they're there for. It's an objectively money grab game. Every game is a money grab. What are you talking about? They're making all of them for money. All I'm saying is that these games that people are shitting on constantly, maybe have you ever considered that they just weren't made for you? Like, I don't understand. That's what people want the new Madden. They want the new game with the new jerseys. It's stupid, but they want it.
When you release something new that just blows people away, like Elden Ring, gamers will have your back, even if the game isn't perfect. I mean, look at one of the biggest controversies on YouTube, featuring the Act Man and Quantum TV.
This guy made a video saying like Elden Ring sucks or something, and he hates everyone that plays Elden Ring. So Ackman made a video about like the worst take in Elden Ring.
The drama from these Elden Ring videos escalated to way more controversial stuff, like bigotry, copyright, demonetization, and the Ackman trending as the number.
This was a war.
Story on Twitter. But all this stemmed from arguments about Elden Ring. Why? Because FromSoft had gained some huge...
No, it's because all of these fucking self-appointed, like, fucking... They're like the musical hipsters. They're like, yeah, I don't like Drake. I don't like Kanye. Like, I don't listen to any of them. Like, my favorite artist is Aesop Rock. And, you know, I don't listen to any popular music. Anything that's on the radio, like, they totally sold out. They're, like, so bad. And it's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Yo, Aesop Rocks, he's great. He's fucking amazing. None Shall Pass is like one of my favorite songs. But listen, so is Drake. So is fucking Kanye. Absolutely. Yeah, they're also good. It's just people whose personality is not liking what's popular.
Oh, there's so many options.
But who can blame you?
Points for releasing pure art. And like any extravagant piece of art, people will have visceral reactions, both positive and negative.
It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the Erd Tree of the...
Wow, that was enlightening. Wanna kill the turtle. church. Huh? The fuck is shooting? Oh. Fucking sniper. Don't worry, I'll get to you. I see you. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Wow. That's a very good shot, bro. Another very good shot, holy shit. Maybe I can fly with these. Any snipers? Oh no! Look at my back. Stop laughing. Stop lol. Oh fuck, Kono. Dacă era ceva de lootat pe aici. Bro, lasă-mă în pula mea în pace. Incredibil ăștia. This fucking bear, man. Can't leave me alone, what the fuck. Da, are la HP de mă cac pe mine, nu număr. Da. Fuck. Fug de urși și să-mi iau spiritul. Băgați-ai pula. Băgați-ai pula în ei de urși. Da, nu vrei să te bați. I respect that, even for a goat. Căcatul ăla cu arcul. The fuck is that? Oh, I hope you're not running. Oh, thank God. What the fuck is that? He looks way too cool not to kill me immediately. Hello. Oh fuck. Hostile. Ah. Do I have enough to level? Okay, that's good. What? Nani? Wow. Not this one. What the fuck am I? Man, pot you? What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck, bro? Băteam, am vrut să fiu fancy. Oh. Bun. He's not the boss, he's not the boss, it's okay. Fucking, what kind of potion was that? Gave nothing. Hey, make sure to grab your empty flask. Oh, okay. Fuck off. Bro, this guy, this is impossible, bro. It's the best fucking marksman in the world. Look at this fucking arrow, it's bigger than me. Jesus Christ. Better leave me the fuck alone. Look at me. Can't fight with this shit stuck in my ass. So fuck off. shit. Let's do this fair, huh? Still shining even if it's dead. What the fuck? Thought it was Belgium. Came to Belgium to buy an Audi. That's mai scump acum. I need a lot of frames. Great. Ăștia dropează curved sword. Bro. Gonna be a problem. Oh fuck. Dodged. Damn son, what the fuck? Didn't expect such a rush. How much damage a făcut ăsta, ești prost. Oh, noroc că-s close by cu sufletele. I need to make a joint really quick. Real quick. But first I have to kill these guys. Because they're on my mind. Can't hit, okay. Actually no, fac acum. Mai am hârtie, mai este hârtie. Da, îți dai seama, dacă făceam un MMO ca ăsta, ce fain era. Bine, și ăsta e fain. Oricum, și dacă era MMO, tot așa jucam. Single player. Maxim cu 1-2 persoane. Păi și în PvP, când făceam PvP în WoW, jucam 3-4 oameni împreună, poți să joci 20 împreună în PvP, că nu... Toți au probleme în PvP. Că nu mai ai agro. Ba, ai agro, dacă ești squish și faci damage mare sau heal te omoară imediat toți. Ca warrior te cam ignoră la început. Depinde, că dacă ești Titan Fury, Titan Grip, adică e big problem, trebuie contain. Da, Sheep, Warrior, The Berserker Rage. Cred că poți să-i dai Polymorph la Berserker Rage. Oricum nu ține pe el. Ce-i dai? Un Polymorph și după aia gata. Restul Păi Drain ce? Că n-are are rage. Dai Drain, nu pot. Dai Drain. Warlock ai șanse dacă știi să joci demonologie. Sau cum era pe vremuri, cel puțin. Frost Mage și porno împotriva la melee în general, numai la Warrior. Rogue nu se pune că e Assassin's Class. Some good shit. Yes. Păi, na, sta cu spatele gol. S-au cordizat de gat și asta e, răcit. Of stamina. Bă, dar nu lovește, bă, ești nebun la cap, what the fuck? My god, ce... A căcat ăsta de revive. X, nice. Come on, you prick. motherfucker. Da, la fix le dai, mă, la fix le dai. Fac pula măta. Să văd. Fuck this. Oh, fuck me. No thanks. Bă, da, ce pula mea, nu poți să urci, frate? What the fuck? Mamă, ce căcat a fost asta, frate. La 2 km în aer și tu dai și mă lovești. Cum pula mea m-a lovit? That's a huge fucking hitbox, bro. Da, whatever. Ce pula mea nu merge? Continuăm de acolo. Wow! Someone threw a fucking grenade. Bro, dar lasă-mă în pula mea în pace odată, făcut morții mătii. Na, uite-te la el. They revive, I can't kill the other one, what the fuck. Eu făceam loot anyway. Rosa's Axe, Rosa's Summons. Ce? Așa. Dexterity, Intellect de, Intellect 18, am întrebat. Am pierdut tot, da. Super. Dracu să vă ia. pot să imediat, că trebuie să mă aștept să-și revină. Piece of shit. Am văzut că e o scară. Down. Ce pe măta s-o pus ce m-ai speriat. Greatly appreciate you if you would just fucking die. A, uite-te la el, dă. Dă pe lângă. Du-te în morții mătii. Cred că mai era nimic aici. The other side. KK. Am spart boalele astea dată. Super. E și cu focul, super. Asta a fost tot? Aici, what the fuck? Can't be. Văd nimic. No fucking idea. Ok. Deci nu este nimic acolo. Beatrice, mă. Mă omoară asta, pierd tot XP-ul. Nice. Mai te duci tu, invizibil. Oh yeah, thanks a lot. Oh my god. Why? Why do you do this? Go. Okay. Remind. Da. Și după aia? Fuck. Ce vrea insecta aia fătută? Au început ploaia. Fuck. It's burr. Chiar nu pot să urc stânca asta, fut-o în gură să o fut. Fuck, I wanna get in there. What the fuck? Nu zici că e o style asta. Bra. Ah, can't ride this bitch. Oh, fuck you. Hai mai aproape, mă. No way. Fucking die, bro. N-ajungem. Trebuie jetpack. Sau grapple. Grapple mai degrabă, nu știu dacă jetpack-ul s-a inventat în Elden Ring, deși dacă poți să shoot lasers from your swords, what the fuck is a jetpack? It's like nothing. Just inverse propulsion. Toată problema jetpack e că la jetpack e că e conceptul greșit. Că bate gravitatea cu power în loc să nu inverseze. Ceea ce probabil e imposibil de făcut. Mai zic ca și concept. Conceptual e flawed. Trebuie o groază de combustibil. Oh, fuck, încă unul. Ce ăștia dau din copite, uite. Wow. Puteți sta un picior. Oh. Okay. Bă, dar ce range ai, du-te în morții, mătii. M-a atins cu vârful de la piatră. Că 100% safe acolo, băgați-ai pula măta. O trebuia să iau statuia, a făcut o soară azi. Aia e statuia de summoning, sau de summoning de multiplayer, nu știu. Hai. Închide geamul, boss. Dacă am stat destul în frig, nu mai am chef. De-aia skip și excursia lui Pește de Rebelion, lasă-mă în pace. Am avut suficiente futaiuri de icre. Ce prost ești. Vrei tu să dai cu stânga neapărat, că ești retardat. Dracu ăla. Gaie Bolg. Excalibur, acum vine masiv. Vreau să dau heal mai repede să-l omor. Să mai am un dă. Mai am o flască. Wow! Okay, was joking, bro, joking. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Ow. Damn, son. Nu merge pe calul ăsta. De mor pe toți ăștia. Da. I know. Fraiere. Prostule. omorât oamenii. What the fuck is... What the fuck is that? A tree? That's tree. În sfârșit e lovit. Come on, hit him back. Nu-i lovește, mă. Acum, în sfârșit. Dar nu le pasă. Am lovit bine acolo. Oh, bad, very bad. Dacă moare calul, cred că mor și eu. Fuck. So stupid. The range, bro, the range, holy fuck. Range is insane. Trebuie să-l păcat, trebuie să-l bat pe ăsta. Jesus. Un hit n-am apucat să dau în el. Terestru, vreau să zic. Că nu păcat. Ooh, hit my horse really bad, bro. Da, dă-le. Bad, very bad. Dead. Very dead, very bad. Noroc că n-a pierdut multe runes. Trebuie mai mult strength. Dau un rally cry. Da, asta e pretty good. Bun, hai să mă batem cu ăsta așa cum moară. Jucăm fără cal. căcatule. Încă multă stamina aia, mă. Înapoi. No fucking way, nu acum. Calm, sper că nu e mort. Urât ești, fută-te dracu. Uai, ce prost-s. Uita de swing-ul ăla futut. Give me the hammer. Cracked tier. Lightning shroud, cracked tier. Holy shroud, cracked. Nu știu asta. No idea what the fuck this is, but I bet it's useful. No cloud. No cloud. Eu nu pot să le sparg astea, bă. Mai ei. Bă, map, nu este aici un map. Ba, am. Bun, și la ce se închinau ăștia la pomul ăsta? Hai, Mordred. Mordred sa. Easy there, big fella. În loc să dai din copii de aici, prietenii tăi mor, știi? Ungrateful piece of shit. Sniperul ăla trebuie să găsesc. Ăla mi-a mâncat zilele. Dupi! Nice shot. Yellow paint? Yellow paint. Aua. Heavy fella. Well, if even Elden Ring has yellow paint, I don't see the problem. It gives you so few details and hints that that yellow paint is irrelevant. Hello. Hello, Baba.
Please, hide your feet. Bless you. Bless you. You, the one who holds both of crescents. Take the path to the grand lift ahead. For you are the one who will be Lord. Bear witness, one and all. The Lord is returned. The end.
Ah, triple glintstone, okay. Very well. Not the rider. Hey there. Still alive, oh my fucking god, whoa, okay. Duke of Knight armor. I like this one more. Dangerous fuckers, huh? Oh, e căcat asta, am crezut că e campfire. Dai jos, bă. Bolt Tingled Exterment. Mamă, ce capre pe aici, se cacă aur în pula mea. Una mi-ar trebui. Stay home and play all day, huh? Da, în pula mea la lucru. Wasting the leftovers of my life. Shit I don't wanna do. Nici unul cu trompetă, nu? Magic, fuck. Caster. Acolo, direct în macro la după aia. Pip. Pretty good. Ăla care au 3 degete în loc, adică îți împreunează 3 degete. Bă, căcatule, ți-ești cu trompeta acolo? Shut the fuck up. How fast can you cast another one? Pretty fast, da? Grei sabia asta să împac picioarele. Hai să dual wield un pic cu ăștia. De buci. Ah, they're smaller somehow. like big. Ah, pot să folosesc lor, what the fuck. Cărarea asta. Nu mă uit după hărți, dar nu... Am luptat pe asta. Oh, fucking bats. Fuck, night. The badass. Falling off the fucking map. Counter. Da, eu nu pot să counter dual wield, m-am uitat. Bad, bad. Ce stă aici sus? Bă. Piss off. Da. Spune să-mi bea, știi aceea. Gulp it up. O negai și masă. Dacă vin apoi sus, nu te stresa. Knight's Greatsword. Ok. The 41, nu? Nici heavy load. support slash, bun. Never mind, I have similar degrading act. Așa. Pula mea, trebuie să urc aici. Pe mine trebuie să bag niște points. Vigor. Nu mai știu dacă este ceva item care îți ridică vigorul din quest. Some free stuff. Cât de greu fac runes. Zona asta. Trebuie troll sword-ul ăla. N-ai quest-uri, tu mergi de capul tău, descoperi stuff. Nu bat capul cu nimic. Oh, fuck. Stuck the tip. Oh my god! Okay. Guess we're not going that way. Fuck, asta dropează runes. Motherfucker drops runes. Sparge stance-ul ăsta de heavy shit. This claymore. Nu-i claymore, e colossal. E ăla, great sword. The greatest of the great swords. So easy to get, oh my god. De ce să plâng jurnaliști de jocul ăsta, că chiar poți să faci ce vrei tu. Te marci mie ochii. A, hypnotizer, ce pula mea. Stop hypnotizing me. You're ugly. What the fuck, madness? I went nuts. This sucks. Lost all mana, oh my god. The fuck? Stop. Oh, this motherfucker. The fuck is that? Ruined my potions. Can't go there, what the fuck? Creeping me out. Refill.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words,
Nice
the
voice.
Earth Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
I see.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Would be nice if you would give me some runes. My god. So, now we kiss or we get naked? Да, no other sense. Look, has medallion. Please give big lemon. Oh. The entire lift. It's always bad when you enter cutscenes. I usually enter a cutscene and then die. Oh, look, the medallion, their axes together, nice. Cool. This plateau. I made it. Oh my god. Straight up, 2 golems, boom. Save point. I don't feel safe without a save point. Got too many runes. There you go.
The Erd tree is close, only a little further till the foot of the Erd tree, and the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd tree, where Mother gave me my purpose, though now everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
They need to make an option to play this in Japanese. I bet the voice acting in here is insane.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Oh my god, I still don't have enough. Dracos. Ah, nu pot să le folosesc. Oh my god, ce nervant. Oh my god, mai trebuie 200. I wanna keep the runes for when I find a weapon that I like. Also, I can die peacefully, consuming the runes. Oh my god! Am I a cheap fuck or what? Just... Fucking finally. Okay. Let's take this guy's pulse. Ooh, lots of HP. Incoming artillery. Whoa! I don't survive that. Jesus Christ, okay. To get out of sight. That's not a bow, that's a tank, bro. Need to get the fuck out of here. Can't be seriously following me. No, he's not. My god, these motherfuckers are evasive. What the fuck? Keep shooting, keep shooting. Piece of shit. Oh, what the fuck is that? Guy's gone. Holy fuck. Got instant bleed. So small. Shield crash. Trebuie să încerc shield crash-ul ăla pe un shield, dacă avea unul mai șmecher. Oh, ok. Fuck! Fuck me. Takes so fucking much to drink that potion, Jesus Christ. Maviuka, statue of Maviuka. Oh, I didn't even pull, I didn't bother to pull. Boring gameplay, holy shit. I do have high damage, I don't know, this claymore is obvious fuck. I think I do, for this level. No, I fucking missed. No, trebuia să dau heal. Hey, I got my runes, haha. This boss and sleep time, tomorrow work. Oh, another hit. I couldn't fucking get the runes. I forgot about the runes. Ah, boy. Not enough stamina. Bad dodge. Okay, let's do a bit more damage. The fuck? I don't have them. Try and burst him down repede. my god, I fucking missed. Fuck you. Lost my runes, I could have leveled up, fuck's sake. Was worth talisman. Huh? Rise attack power when HP is at maximum. Oh yeah. Nice. Scared, what the fuck? What the fuck, why are you scared? I killed their master? Oh my god. Well, I won't kill you if you don't defend yourself. How about you, beast? Oh, he doesn't give a fuck. Bazaka. Sorry guys. He doesn't give a fuck either. What the fuck is that statue? Dragon, what the fuck is it? Scared. Un bot fucker din asta. Oh! Mă arunca în fața apă. Fuck. Don't do that. Shit. Job. Oh, fuck. You motherfucker. Aici te ascunzi. Mordred Sun. Time to finish this. Fuck. Bine că n-am făcut dreapta. Oh, nu mai am. Fuck. Da, trebuie să mă culc. Time to sleep. Las aici. You make camp here. I'll see you tomorrow.